Very good. TikTok guest box is open, and the YouTube slash Facebook slash everything else guest box is open and ready to go. So we should have everything ready to rock and Doug. Good to see you guys. Welcome in. I see all the friends coming in to party. Ems is already up in here. Good to see you, Ems. And we've got a bunch of people waiting already on the YouTube queue. Ashera, good to see you. Great name, by the way. It should be a fun night. Sorry I couldn't start earlier. I was traveling home for work. So I was in the air for a little while, so I couldn't get home any earlier. But we're here now, and we're going to cook. You say there's echo on YouTube? Is that true? That'd be weird. Let me make sure my microphone's set up properly. Yeah, I got the right microphone. There shouldn't be any other audio feeding over. Interesting. Yeah, I think that must be on your guys' end. I don't hear an echo. You guys hear an echo? Ems, are you telling me it's choppy on TikTok? The crazy. That cannot be the case. Crazy. We had there's an audio delay. No echo. Interesting. Well, is it an audio delay or a video delay? Now I'm curious. No echo? I appreciate that. Listen, while I was gone, I legit had yeah, there might be a little video delay. That's fine. That's because I'm using my real camera, and I'm doing some funny stuff to get the video into TikTok. If there's a delay, the delay might be on TikTok and not on YouTube, just because of the way I have to get everything running. But I should have plenty of internet bandwidth this time around to make things happen. While I was gone, they installed, I switched from my cable provider, which was giving me dog shit upload speeds. I switched to a different provider that uses fiber rather than broadband. And now my upload speeds and my download speeds are much, much better. So I think we should be able to have plenty of actual internet bandwidth. So with that said, I think everything's ready to rock and roll. I'm going to grab a super chat, and then we'll get our first guest in here. Awake now. Welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite. Holy shit. Thanks for joining. I appreciate that. Members are the backbone of this community. They help keep this channel rolling. And Texas Panhandler, good to see you tonight, friend. Thank you so much for the 666. Hail Nero says, I was given a vision by Doug last night. Okay, I can't wait to hear it. An apologist will crash out on the stream today. Hallelujah. Praise his stony name. Hallelujah, Doug. And listen, I don't claim to be a prophet of anything except for Doug, and I'm willing to agree with you. I'm inclined to believe that there is a high percentage chance that there will be at least one apologist crash out here on the live stream. Shit, we might even get Praise I Am coming back for another crash out session. He makes nonstop videos about me. He's obsessive. Either he's got some sort of psychological problem or he's got a crush. I'm not sure which one. But anyways, we love a good crash out session. Johanna, thank you so much for sending out 5DZ memberships. I really appreciate that. Big W, Johanna. And Asher is asking if Hadassah's coming back. I don't know if Hadassah's coming back anytime soon. She made her rounds with a bunch of other streamers, crashing out on like multiple lives. So, and then I think after that, I don't know if she was too embarrassed or if people weren't taking her on the live streams anymore, but I haven't seen much of her since. But I really haven't been on TikTok at all this week because I've been stuck inside of somebody's factory, like working 12-hour shifts. So I didn't really get a chance to do much. That being said, we had a guest on TikTok, and they must have requested by accident, but the TikTok guest box is open, and obviously the guest box on YouTube is open. You can go to the link shown above or over here if it's horizontal, and it's tinyurl.com/guestdz. It's also in the description of the YouTube slash Facebook slash everything else video. And Johanna, thank you so much for the super chat. Says I'm hoping for a good laugh tonight. Listen, if we've learned anything from doing these live streams, it's that there's gonna be some laughs. There's gonna be some crash outs. It's gonna be crazy. Daniel wants to know what I do for work. I do engineering and I design machines for a living, but sometimes I have to go to customer job sites when there are like really large deadlines that are looming, in order to make sure that the deadlines are hit. So like if we sell a machine, sometimes we guarantee its performance. Chet, thank you so much for the blooming. I appreciate that. So like if we sell a machine and we guarantee its performance by a certain date, and if the project is behind, then obviously it's like all hands on deck trying to meet the deadline. And our deadline for this particular project is imminently coming. So everyone's kind of scrambling to make sure we don't miss the deadline. And last super chat from Ben. Thank you so much, Ben, for the super chat. I appreciate that. He says, have you ever heard of that scammer Bill Weiss who had a book, 23 Minutes in Hell? Sad so many Christians make this guy so much money and believe in this. Yeah, actually I have heard of that. So, but there's a lot of people that do that, have like these NDE slash afterlife books. And the problem is, there are some people who legitimately do have NDEs. Or out of body experience. Chet, thank you for the confetti, and Parker, thank you for hearts. The problem though is that like there's a lot of people who don't like, and they're just making it up. So it is what it is. But yeah, I'm aware of this particular scammer, Bill Weiss, and there was another one of a young man. Shit, he was like 17 or 18 that ended up getting his story publicized and then had to retract it later. Let's get our first guest in here. Looks like we got Tim with us. How you doing, Tim? Oh, hold on 1 second, Tim. 1 second. Tim, if you're talking, I can't hear you. What about this? Try that.
Can you hear me now?
Can anyone hear Tim?
Hello?
Because I can't hear Tim. Of course. First call of the night always seems to have the same problem. Can somebody jump in my Video Ninja guest queue and test the audio with me? Is Benny hanging around? Anyone who's got like known good working microphones and whatnot, so we can double check the audio. I show that Chet, thank you so much for the balloons. I appreciate that. Oh, you heard him? Get out of here. How do you guys hear him? I can't hear him. Are my headphones on? Shit. I hope my headphones are on. Somebody jump in the guest box. Let me know what's going on. You can hear the audio. So you guys can hear Tim and I can't hear Tim. That's crazy. That can't be right. 1 second. If I turn the speaker on right here, I can hear Tim.
Hello?
But
Hello?
it might actually echo if I do that. What's up, Tim?
Not much. Do you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you right now. Guys, let me know if there's an echo. I turned something on that I typically don't have to turn on to make this rig work. So I want to make sure I'm not doubling the audio. But anyways, Tim, welcome in. Sorry for the the first YouTube guest of the night always brings in some kind of like there's an audio thingamajig that works this time and didn't work last time, or it worked last time and didn't work this time, but you're in now.
Well, thank you. Thank you for having me.
So Tim, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I am at least 18, over 18. I want to say I used to be a believer. I probably deconstructed unknowingly. But I've listened to your show for a very long time. And I actually just had a little cracking joke for you
I love a good
about your
joke.
rock. It's probably not a joke, but you wanted me to demonstrate the power of God over your rock, Doug. And if I strike your rock with iron rod twice, I bet you he would crack in half. It's guaranteed.
Well, that's why Moses wasn't allowed in the promised land, because he struck Doug twice, and Doug was like, "No, nah, that wasn't the thing."
Yeah.
So there's that.
Justin, I got no debate. I mean, you nail everything every time. I actually, I, I taunt my old pastor. I give him a hard time. I text him all these verses and the contradictions and everything. And yep, the only response they have is you don't have the Holy Spirit. Um, Words aren't words. What they mean. So
Words are never words.
yeah, and oh, yesterday I have a piano teacher for my kids because I got 6 kids, and they still go to church. My wife still goes to church, but not me. I'm the rebel, the heathen. Broke away, and that piano teacher, I was giving her all these talking points, and sure enough, even she was giving the same answers over and over, and it's just I don't know.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of answers. Like Christianity as a whole doesn't have a lot of anything unique. Even if you go to like educated people, like Bible professors, they have the same old bad answers, just with a little more sophistication. That's it.
Yeah, and another thing that I wanted to bring up just recently, that same pastor was so we finished a 6 year project, church construction, uh, and I was part of it, the construction, and everything, and I left the church, and they're gonna expand and actually build a Bible school slash building, and the pastor reached was is going to reach out to the government to see if there's any funding for that. And I'm kind of like, I don't know. That's just not right. In
Yeah,
other
it's
words,
weird that the government would give you funding for some sort of a religious project, but I'm not too shocked. There's a church near where I am at who they had a vision of putting together a rehab center. And I love the fact that they're doing a rehab center, but they were able to get government funding as well to build it. So it's a difficult thing to separate the church from the government, because sometimes the government's like, well, shit, this is actually a really good idea. We just don't want to do it ourselves.
or the congregation is not tithing enough, and
Right.
you know,
That too.
but yeah. Well, hey, thank you for having me. I mean, I am deconstructed. I wanted to troll you, but I guess you're pretty good at catching people. I got
Well,
no good talking points anyway.
Tim, I appreciate you sharing with us. A W for deconstruction.
Praise Doug. Peace out.
Cheers. Praise Doug. I see Ryan's with us. Good to see you, Ryan, my friend. And also Dr. Joe's with us. Steampunk's with us. Dugald's with us. Dugald, thank you for all the hand hearts. I really appreciate that. All right, let me grab. I think Fen came in here to test the audio with us. Fen, how you doing? Or no, Free. Sorry, I read that wrong. How you doing, Free?
Free, is that me?
Yeah, how you doing,
Can you hear
Free?
me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hey, hey. Yeah, I'm over 18 and I am not a believer, but I have
Sure.
a couple of interesting things that might be fun for the audience. I think I may have found a Bible contradiction
Mm-hmm.
that I haven't heard addressed before. It's not exactly a contradiction,
Okay.
but I think it might suggest that the Bible is going to hell
Oh, I'm intrigued. Tell me more.
because we've all heard. Yeah. So we've all heard the fool hath set in his heart that there is no God.
Right, right.
So in a way, you could say the Bible's calling me a fool. So when we combine that with the book, I think it's in Matthew, where it says, "Whosoever shall say thou fool is in danger of hellfire."
Yes.
Man, I think the Bible's going to hell, isn't
Listen,
it?
based on the metrics that Christians have given me for interpreting the Bible, that's 100% spot on. That matches.
Yeah.
1,000,000%. I'm on board with you.
There we go. I actually read that. I think David Mills wrote a book called Atheist Universe. And I think that's the first time I heard that contradiction brought up.
That's a fun one. I've never seen that before. I've never thought of that, but that's certainly a good one. I appreciate that.
Yeah, there you go. The Bible's going to hell. And then, so I don't know how much time you have, since I'm a non-believer and we're having debates. I also have an atheist in a foxhole story, and I might have something I could debate you on.
Well, you can't debate me if you're already an atheist.
Yeah, not on that, but I actually am a mythicist. I don't think Jesus was real.
Well, sure. I mean, that's the fun thing about mythicism, right? Is there's no way to prove for sure that anybody's real, right? Like I can't prove to you that Hippolytus is real, right? All I can do is show you the evidence that claims he's real.
Yeah. So the thing about, have you heard much of Richard Carrier's stuff?
Yeah, I've actually was gifted.
He's the guy who wrote the book on the historicity of Jesus.
Yeah, I was gifted his book. I haven't been able to read through it yet, but I'm sure he brings up some interesting arguments. I haven't had time to go through it yet.
Yeah. So I think what was interesting about, because I started studying Jesus just because in the political discussion, our neighbors will be like, well, Jesus said this and Jesus said that. And so I was like, okay, he probably existed, but what did he say? What can we be sure that he said? And I went down the rabbit hole and found out we can't be sure about anything.
No, of course.
And what was intriguing about Carrier's work is all of the evidence. Yeah, is all of the evidence of the manufacturing. And of course, this gets into a little bit into Bart Ehrman's misquoting Jesus, where we can see, okay, this is manufactured. We can tell, right? And it looks like everything is that way. And Richard Carrier also talks about the other apocalyptic cults. He talks about Inanna, the dying and rising gods, and the way it looks like, I guess, to me, Paul, if he started Christianity, and you look only at the works that were, the seven books of Paul that we're sure came from Paul.
Yeah, the 7 authentic letters.
He never mentions Jesus as a physical. Yeah, he never mentions Jesus, doing physical stuff on earth.
Actually, I completely disagree with that particular claim. Even in the book of Romans, he says that he became he became like us in every respect, right? So I don't find these arguments to be very convincing, because I think it's like they're leaving verses out. And if you leave verses out, you can definitely be pushed in one direction. But that being said, I haven't read his work. I can't comment on it. It's possible that by the time I read it, I'll determine that I'm wrong. But I don't. I haven't read it. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm looking. I'm super looking forward to that. I want to hear that discussion because, as atheists, it's 6 and 1/2. What 6 and 1/2 dozen the other. But I have been convinced of that, and it's pretty interesting to start to look at the situation that way.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the mythicists and I agree that even if Jesus was a real person, what we know about him is mythology.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly. So that's the best I could do to try to have an argument with you.
Right. Well, listen, Free, I appreciate it.
I do have an atheist in a foxhole story.
Well, I got to keep moving on. We've got to do debates.
Yeah, we'll have fights. I want to have some cooked Christians.
We're gonna do what we can. Right now, the Christians on TikTok are slow to get in, but they'll fill in, I'm sure. Here, they haven't seen me in a week or so. But Free, thank you so much for being here.
That's what I'm here for, just to fluff it up until they get humble. Right on. Thanks, bud.
Cheers, buddy.
Talk to you soon.
Yeah, if you're watching on TikTok, the guest box is open. I haven't streamed to my main account for a week or so, but the guest box is up and running, and as well as the guest box on YouTube. And Abel, Thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, A, what machines do you design or fix? I'm an engineer too. I design machines primarily for food and pharmaceutical manufacturing. So like high speed processing. And Skeptic Frog, thank you for the 666. Hail Nero says, have you read Caesar's Messiah by Joseph Atwell? And if yet, what do you think of his idea the gospel was being written by the Flavians? So I haven't actually read his book. I have, in fact, seen the documentary. I didn't find it convincing. I found a bunch of things in it when I was watching it that simply were either untrue or they're leaving information out, or they were really like stretching certain facts to make it seem to fit. So I didn't find the documentary to be very convincing. And I mean, I'm not alone. Most historians and most theologians don't find it to be convincing either. That's just the state of academia. If there was a better argument, I think academia would agree with it. Listen, liberal academia and historians would be chomping on the bit to have evidence that Jesus wasn't real. It doesn't seem to exist. You know what I mean? All you can do is say, well, there's no definitive proof that he was real. But we can say that about anybody from history. GL, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Big W. It says, thanks for all the content, Justin. I was away for a few months, and it's nice to catch up. Well, GL, thank you so much for catching up on the content, and thank you so much for supporting the channel. And Kayan 2000, thank you for the 666. Hail Nero says, question, if Mary and Joseph were married, wasn't the tradition to consummate the marriage at the ceremony? Were there rules about it? There were rules about this. You can read about this. Some of the rules in the Talmud in Ketuvot. You'll find different rules and regulations for the marriage and whatnot. But Matthew tells us in the chapter 2 or 3, 2, tells us that Joseph and Mary consummated their marriage. I'll grab you the verse real quick. Hold on. I'm pretty sure my memory serves me correctly. It's Matthew that has the quotation I'm looking for. Blah, 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 blah. Let's see. Matthew 1:25. I was thinking Matthew 2 was going to have it. The ending of Matthew number 1, which makes sense. All right. So it says here, they, but they is implied because of the prior verse, verse 24. Let me put 24 up there. There we go. When Joseph awoke from his sleep, he did as the angel of the Lord commanded him. He took her as his wife, but had no marital relations with her until she had given birth to a son, and he named him Jesus. So, I mean, obviously, this is suggesting that they didn't have any marital relations until after Jesus was born, which makes sense. But it also obviously explicitly states that they did have marital relations, and when they had marital relations. It gives you a verb and a time period. Also, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, what does a robot do after a one-night stand? He nuts and bolts. Shit. I've been designing machines and working with robots for over 20 years, and I cannot believe I've never heard that joke. That is amazing. That is a top tier joke. And Ashley, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, please help destroy the myth that the Jesus character was peaceful. Well, yeah, I mean, he had a lot of things to say. Shit, in Matthew or Luke chapter 19, at the end of the parable, talking about the second coming, he says, these people who did not want me to be king over them, bring them before me and slaughter them in my very presence. That doesn't sound very loving. And the idea that he's sending anyone to hell for believing something is ridiculous. Connor, thank you for gifting out a DZ membership. I appreciate that. And Johanna, thank you so much for the super chat. Appreciate that. It says, joke, on a ship there are 20 boys, a convict, and a priest. The captain says to the convict, ship is sinking, get the boys and bring them up on the deck. The priest says to the convict, you think we have time? That sounds about right. Listen, I mean, that's what they do. It wouldn't be funny if it wasn't true. That's why it's funny, is because it's true. It's also tragic. Adele, good to see you tonight, friend. Thank you so much for the super chat. And it says, glad you made it home safely. Happy cooking. Well, thank you so much, Adele, and thank you for watching and supporting the channel. And also Larry gifting out 5 DZ memberships. Big W, Larry. I super appreciate the support and for sending out 5 new memberships. All right, let's get our next guest in. How you doing, KP?
Hey, how's it going? How do I mute this? Am I muted?
You ain't muted, no.
Okay. How you doing? I've been watching a lot.
well, welcome in. KP, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I am over 18. I can justify belief in a higher power, but not the ones that people speak of.
Fair enough. Which kind of
Does
higher
that make
power do you
sense?
believe in?
It is crazy to say, to me, it's crazy to say that it is impossible that there could be a creator. We could be the start, we could be the second, you know? And to me, to justify belief is to say, what if this is a sorting center, you know? And that could be derived from just the talks of religion. But my question, I'd have a question for you. How did religion enter into the human world?
Well, my understanding of the history of religion is it started out as an explanation for the phenomenon that people didn't understand. So, like the sun in the sky, or why storms happen, or why the sea gets angry. They had to come up with explanations, and they didn't initially like think of these physical phenomenon, these natural phenomenon, as gods. They were just like a natural part of the world. It wasn't until much later that people started to develop this notion of what a god would be and started to give it, give these individuals, if you would call them such, give these characters status that we might say, oh, that sounds like a god.
Okay, and as we become more educated, we leave a little bit away from that belief.
Yeah.
Because that's where my biggest, only reason I say I can believe is because where did it come from? But when you talk about what people believe, I don't believe that there's a Christian who really believes in God because they don't live from the way that they teach from the book. They go against their own book, and most religions go against their book. And then a lot of it seems like it's to justify what a man would want and not what a God would want.
Yeah, I agree.
But what if we wrong? And what if we're wrong? And this is just to test the kind of human being you are to see if you're allowed to make it to the next level, which they call heaven, or if you reject it and go to what they call hell, you know?
Yeah.
Because other than that, it's like, what's the purpose?
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think the proof that that these people don't really believe in their religion is that they're all terrified of dying. If you truly believed that you were going to live forever, you shouldn't be scared of dying. That's all there is to it. Yeah.
Even with the dying thing, like you hear people say, life has no meaning if you don't die. But wouldn't it have more meaning if you didn't die? Because you have more time to do things.
I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, if, for example, if you have endless money, then money starts to be somewhat meaningless to you because you have an infinite amount of it. Whereas when you say, when you have $10 to your name and you're about to be, you got to pay rent in a week, money is incredibly fucking important. You're like looking at every single penny. So I think that the more rare something is, the more we tend to value it,
Okay, so with that, right, I'm going to say where my mind is lost. To me, an infinite amount of money would just mean that you could truly enjoy life. Money would mean the most to you because that's the only thing you can use to get where you're going or what you want. Because with no money, like I said, if I only had $10, I'm only stuck to where I live. I can never leave this place.
Right. I guess it depends on personality a little bit. Like, so for me, like if I had endless money, I would treat it like it was expendable. You know what I mean? I would treat it like toilet paper.
But you'll do what you wanted to do and what you love, right?
No, I'm saying I would waste a lot of it is what I'm saying. I'm talking about my treatment of the actual money. Like if I had endless money, I would be treating it like it didn't have a lot of value, because to me it wouldn't have any value. I have endless amounts of it, right? Just like
Yeah.
but when you have limited time or limited anything, well now you're counting every minute or you're counting every cent, because you're like, listen, it's very limited. I can't just be giving it away willy-nilly.
I guess I look at it different because to me, is if I have a little bit of time, I'm like, I'm not even going to do anything with the time. I'm just sit here and wait for it to be over.
Interesting. Yeah, I
You know?
think you and I might have different perspectives on this particular topic.
Yeah, yeah, 'cause especially when you said with the money. To me, yes, I would not value money, but I would definitely utilize the most of it. If
Sure.
there was a woman I wanted, that means money has no value. Here's $1 million. Spend a month with me. You know.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So it's like that's why I'm like, to me, if I mean we didn't die, life would be better. But what if we are wrong? And because we're fighting about people, because I mean, I just discovered you probably like a week ago. I mean, I watch all your lives. I've been watching these videos. I've been watching you debate with these people, and I see them. They try to bend themselves to make the Bible that they chose to believe real. But it's just like, what if we're wasting time arguing about the wrong things? Because to me, like, no matter how you live, if you live in your mind to be what you think is the right thing to do, even if I don't believe in God and there is a God, I'm gonna be welcome. But if it's the God that they talk about, I wouldn't want to go there. You know, an all powerful God who allowed children to be hurt and raped. That makes no
Yeah.
sense to me.
So I mean, we agree on that. We agree that any god that causes atrocities to happen or sends people to eternal fiery torment is not really a god that is a sensible deity. But let me ask you a question, because like in your worldview, the God that you believe in theoretically created the planet, right?
Well, what if it's not an actual person, a thinking entity, but a higher?
Like a
Uh,
force?
yeah. Honestly, I tell people this, right? When I have this God debate with a lot of people, I tell them that I am God. You know, and I'm gonna say this is how I did it. I kept asking myself what was day one, and I created a time machine. I took this time machine back to day one, which created what you call the Big Bang. That created the world. So now we ask ourselves, did I create the world, or did the world create me, or did we create each other, create each other? That's how in the beginning and in the end created a cycle. So I say, let you see how your beliefs are kind of like, it's questionable. It's so much that can happen. But to
Right,
deny
but
something,
so like if the God you believe in isn't like a thinking agent that's like making decisions and doing things, then I think you and I just might have different definitions of God, right? Because at that point, your
yeah,
God is just like a natural force.
which is no God at all. But it's
Exactly.
also accepting that what if it is a thinking agent, he says, I never chose to intervene. You all had to make it through this stage on your own.
Right. Yeah. So essentially, what you're describing
I think
is
I take a
like
leave.
a more of a deistic God that's just like hands off. But I asked the question about whether or not God created the earth, because if God is a thinking agent and he did create the earth the way that the earth operates, then I would assume that this God is either evil or he doesn't exist, because no God
Yeah.
would make, like, would you build a house and then like randomly design the house so that, I don't know, once a month, like the ceiling fan would just drop on somebody and and hurt them? Like,
Nah, because that kind of reaches onto like good requires evil, but why?
I don't think it
Like,
does.
why do yeah, I don't need it because I tell people all the time, do you go in the room and kick your kids so they can remember that you're a good parent?
1,000,000%. Yes, exactly. You never once had to harm your kid for them to know that you're a good parent. I'm
Yeah, and like, do
I'm
you
on the
need to
same
go show
page.
them bad parents?
Yep.
Like, and do you need to show them kids with bad parents who can say, hey, look how worse I could be to you? Because it's like when you want that child to have a good parent too,
Mhm.
Is that really necessary to make your kid a good person?
Yeah, I'm with you
Would they be
actually.
good if there was no bad?
Mhm.
You know? So because like I've been watching this and I'm just like, this is one of the biggest debates that we have as mankind, which could honestly be like you said in the beginning that the only question we had to ask first was why are we here and how did we get here, which would create the very first story told, which would be the greatest story told, which is the Bible, you know, and that's why they refuse to let it go. It's like the same way when people fight over Harry Potter. You
Right.
know, it's just like this, you know,
Yeah.
this happened in the book, and I really think the difference between the Bible and Harry Potter, we know who wrote Harry Potter.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Well, listen, KP, it sounds like we actually agree on more than we disagree on. I'm going to try
Yeah,
to get
honestly, I just wanted to know how did religion get into the world to answer because I'm on my journey to say which way should I sway, but it, the only thing I cannot figure out is how and why it entered the world. You know?
Yeah, I mean, there have been some books on the topic. If you find me on the Discord, shoot me a DM. I can send you some resources, some academic literature on it.
Okay. I don't know what the Discord is, but I'll try to figure that out. I saw your link on YouTube. I saw you in the short, and then I started subscribing and watching. And I just really had to get that out my like what brought religion into the world because if it was just if you can explain how it came into the world, that'll say if God really is real, if he put it on the hearts and the minds to spread the message. But you do make more sense that I mean, what other question would I ask other than how did I get into this room?
Right. Fair
So I
enough.
mean, yeah, I appreciate you. I appreciate you. You do help. You did help me a lot because I mean that was my biggest question. You seem very knowledgeable. I seen all the debates. You know every. I mean, not every. I mean, you got it. You know when they bring the things up, you know exactly where to go to read. So I'm like, you will be the one to tell me how did it enter into the world. But I mean, like it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Well, listen, KP, it was great talking to you. Hopefully I'll see you again.
I'm gonna keep watching. I'm not letting go. I'm gonna keep watching. So
All
appreciate
right.
you.
Cheers, brother. Have a good one.
You too.
WKP, nice guy. All right, let me grab a couple super chats. We got our next guest coming in, and Dugald's coming to join us. How you doing, Dugald?
Good, buddy. How are you?
Doing good. What's on your mind, buddy?
I actually just came up to do a small mod announcement for you because your likes and shares on the TikTok side are awful low for having 350 people in it,
Oh no.
and I don't appreciate it. So I'm gonna need for you all to tap and share because Justin should have way more than 54 shares and way more than 25,000 likes. Let's work on that, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Dugald. Also, guys, if you're not following Dugald yet on TikTok, please do. He's a great friend of mine, and he does live streams as well. So if you're looking for more live stream content, definitely drop Dugald a follow.
Appreciate you, Justin. I just wanted a mod for you.
Cheers, brother. Thank you so much. All right, let me grab real quick our. I got, I think, three super chats, and we'll get our next guest in here. F dot, good to hear from you, buddy. Thank you for the super chat. So how's the book coming along? Can't wait for that. It's I'm past halfway finished with it now. Thank goodness. But work has been kicking my rump the last like 2, maybe 3 months, so I'm kind of stalled out, but. I should be ready to work on it again here in like another week or two. Radical Dreamers, thank you for the super chat. Says, do you think Jesus could have been exposed to Greek text from Septuagint? Do you think he could have spoken some Greek? Well, Radical, I mean, I personally think that the only thing, if Jesus was reading, was the Greek Septuagint. If you look at the words of Jesus, what he quotes in the New Testament, it's always from the Greek Septuagint. I can't think of a single time where Jesus actually quotes from the Hebrew text. Or it's more likely that we have no idea what Jesus ever said, and these are people putting words in Jesus's mouth. That's personally what I think. I don't think he said the shit that he said in the Bible. Zakul, thank you for the super chat. Says Cthulhu is Lord, and I'm with you 100%. And Hammond with us tonight. Good to see you, Hammond. Thank you for the $1 super chat. Says, just in general, how do creationists explain human diversity? In just 4,500 years, Tower of Babylon, there are Europeans with white skin or any human ethnic features for that matter. So this always dovetails into a conversation about evolution, because in reality what they're just going to say is, well, I believe in macro evolution or micro evolution but not macro evolution, right? They believe in the power to make small changes, but obviously not large changes, because they fundamentally don't understand what evolution is. Evolution is many thousands of years of small changes. And when you stack small change on top of small change and on top of another small change, you get radically different creatures. And Make the Best, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, what's the proper Judeo-Christian punishment for mixing fabrics? Lashes? Eternal hellfire? Well, we're not entirely told, actually. If I had to guess, it just makes you unclean. You probably have to do your purification ritual and then segregate yourself for 7 days. That's likely the case, but I actually would have to verify that. That's a good question, though. Very good question. And Nokosi, thank you for the super chat, says, if Jesus was a real person, he's the God of the Christians, therefore not imaginary, and atheists proved you wrong. Well, no, you're wrong. Because we're not talking about whether or not someone believes he's a God. We're talking about whether or not he really is a God. So just existing in real life doesn't make you a God. I could say that I'm a God. I could say shit that people believe I'm a God, and it still wouldn't make me God. So you should try harder, Nikosi. That was pathetic. Jam and Jay, thank you for the super chat. It says, greatest story ever told is Firefly. Fight me. I've never seen nor heard of Firefly. I can't add to the conversation. And last one from our friend Jake Knapp. Good to see you tonight, Jake. Thank you for the 616. Hail Nero says, why don't Baptists have sex standing up? Oh, this should be fun. Because God might think they're dancing. Yeah, I've heard that a few times. That's a really good one, yes. Or when I was younger, we would say, because it leads to dancing. Such a good joke, though. Always a banger of a joke. See what I did there? See what? Anyways, let me get our next guest. Thank you guys for the super chats. We got Mike with us now. How you doing, Mike? Although, Mike, are you sharing a YouTube video? What's happening right now? Oh, well, Mike was here by accident, apparently. Had to go. All right, we got some guests on TikTok. Let me switch over to the TikTok queue and we'll get them pulled in. AR, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. I appreciate that. AR just says, if the widow's mite teaches that gift from the poor are worth more than the rich, wouldn't that entail that gifts sacrificed from finite beings would be worth more than anything from an infinite being? And AR, that logic checks out, actually. If you're giving and you have less, that means what you're giving is obviously of higher value to you. Which, that being said, I think that reinforces the conversation we were having earlier, which is that, and to your point, all the gifts from God are roughly meaningless, especially when he has unlimited funds and whatnot. Good point, though, AR. I appreciate that. All right, so we've got, let me grab our guest. It looks like Only Me, or Only Me Can.
Yes, sir. How you doing?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. Only Me, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yeah, I am over 18. But so I do have a simple question. Do you believe in any type of God?
Nah.
So my question is, how did we human beings came on this planet, the planet Earth that we call it?
Evolution.
Yeah, can you kind of like emphasize on that a little bit for me? So we just pretty much everybody just came from nowhere. Because the reason why I'm asking
we
that
didn't come from nowhere. Evolution is a process of like the physical stuff here on the planet evolving into complex stuff.
Okay. Because the reason why I'm asking that is for a couple weeks now, I've been asking myself, where's God? Like, I grew up in church, my parents, took me to church, so that's kind of what I've been believing. But I'm starting to kind of like question that. Like, I'm asking myself, why is, if this God is a good God, that he loves his people, why is it all kinds of, so I'm beginning to kind of like ask why, like this, the whys. So I don't know, like, so my question is like, the God, why is it too many? Like, so we have the Muslims, we have Christians, why is it too many religions? Like, but it's still this one God that we all believe in. I mean,
Well,
does it make sense?
I mean, the Hindus don't believe in one God. There's a lot of cultures that don't believe in one God, and of course, the Buddhists don't really believe in a creator God. They just believe in like mysticism. You know, they believe in like spirits, but not necessarily deities. So I think there's a pretty diverse way of thinking out there. I think we're only exposed to one type though, where we live.
Okay. Okay. So pretty much just so from your perspective, just leave without believing in anything. Just pretty much just leave your life. Is that your thought process? I'm just
Not
curious.
not even close. No, my thought process is to believe in things that are true. Try to believe in as many true things and as few false things as possible. That's it.
So like so what do you mean by believing, true things? Like you're talking about like can you give me an example?
A,
Just maybe one example.
a true thing is something that is in accordance with reality. So, for example, if I said I want to believe that the speed limit is safest set at 55 miles an hour, then I could set out to look at the data to see if that's the safest speed limit. I'm believing something that we could demonstrate to either be true or false. So like wanting to believe true things, I think leads society in a better direction.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Well,
So like my last question. So with Jesus being born by a virgin Mary, you don't believe in that theory, do you?
not even close. No,
Gotcha. Because you probably were not there. You didn't see. I mean, nobody saw.
no, that's
Whatever.
not why.
Okay. So why don't you believe in that? I'm just curious. Just like my last question. And
Because nobody's ever witnessed a case of a god knocking up a young woman. In order to make such an outlandish claim, you would need extraordinary evidence, and we don't have anything close to extraordinary evidence,
Gotcha.
right?
Gotcha.
So just based on going, on the 4,000 years of recorded history that we have, if this was something that could happen, I would expect that it would happen more than once. Just based on the numbers, it's unlikely that it actually happened, and much more likely that it's mythology, being that we've got tons of resurrection and demigod narratives out there. Jesus is hardly the only one.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Absolutely. Good to hear from you, Oli.
You too.
Asking questions good. Asking questions is good. I'm glad he's asking the questions. Tally, good to see you tonight. Thank you so much for the 1999 tally. Says watching from 30,000 feet tonight. Thanks, Justin. Sounds like you're in the air today as well. Well, I appreciate you being here, Tally. And big W for supporting the channel and for liking and sharing and watching. And please travel safely. Also, T-Mass says you're writing a book. What's it called? Oh, I can't tell you what it's called, but I've had the title picked for quite some time. You'll know soon. You'll know soon. And Fierce Interaction, big W with the $20 super chat. I appreciate that. It says, glad to catch you live, praying to the Christian God for some grilling tonight, guaranteeing me a 50-50 chance of it happening. Question my holy calculation at your own peril. Well, listen, I think your calculation's actually most likely to be correct. I don't see why that would be incorrect. That seems like it's actually greater than a 50-50. All right, let me get our next guest in here. Blonde, thank you so much for the super chat. Blonde says, it's so funny how theists preach in the YouTube chat, but then asked to call, they run away crying with tails between their legs. That's pretty typical. As they always say, a lion in the comments, a lamb in the box. That seems to be the way things go. But we got a new guest with us now. Looks like Benjamin. How you doing, Benjamin?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Doing good. Thanks for asking. Benjamin, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, sir, to both.
Cool. And what would be the most convincing evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
One singular thing, or am I allowed to compound?
I mean, you can do multiples, but we can only really address one at a time, I would imagine.
Okay. I would say what convinced me to give up atheism and go towards Christianity was twofold: the historicity of the Bible, and two, the stance of objective morality having to exist.
Sure. Well, which one do you like to attack first?
I'm good to talk about either, whichever one you want to start with.
Okay. So, what about the historicity of the Bible proves that its God is real?
It doesn't. It doesn't back up the truth claims of Christ being God. But if we can verify that all of the names are time period accurate, which would be very difficult to do
Well, they're not
200 years
though.
later. Which ones are not?
There's a bunch of names in the Bible that the timelines are off. The Pharaoh of the Exodus is off by about 200 years. Jesus's birth is off by like 10 different years. The
Well,
length of the Exodus is either 400 years or 430 years or 212 years, depending on which passage you're consulting.
okay. Well, let's go through those. Who is the Pharaoh in Exodus?
According to the end of Genesis and the beginning of Exodus chapter 1, it appears to be Ramses because it says that they built the storehouses of Pithom's and Ramses, which Ramses II was pretty well known for.
Yes, appears to be, but we cannot say with certainty. It must be wrong if it doesn't name who it is, right? There is a little ambiguity there.
But did they build the storehouses of Pithom and Ramses?
Yes, that did happen
Okay.
under Ramses, but
Okay, so are you suggesting then that the Israelites in Egypt built the storehouses of Ramses? That seems to be what the text is saying, right?
yeah, I think modern scholarly consensus is that it was Ramses II, but we can't say that with certainty.
Great. So then the problem you have is, according to the book of Kings, 1 Kings chapter 6, it dates the Exodus for 400 plus years prior to that. I think 480 years. Want to read it?
Well, when this First Kings takes place. Also, how are Jewish people counting their years? Is it the same after the Babylonian exile, or do they ever adopt Assyrian calendars, Persian calendars? You get really muddy with that pretty quickly.
I don't think so. I don't think it's muddy at all. So I'll explain. It says in 1 Kings chapter 6, in the 480th year after the Israelites came out of the land of Egypt, in the 4th year of Solomon's reign over Israel, in the month of Ziv, which is the 2nd month, he began to build the house of the Lord, referring to Solomon building the temple. So according to 1 Kings chapter 6, the Exodus was 480 years prior to the building of Solomon's temple, which is virtually unanimously agreed upon by scholars and historians to be roughly 970, 980 BCE, which means, according to 1 Kings chapter 6, the Exodus would have been in the middle of the 1400s. Follow so far?
Okay.
When did Ramses II live?
Ramses II was during the Third Kingdom period. I'm going to say probably the 900s.
You're off by a little bit. Ramses lived in the middle of the 1200s. He reigned from like 1279-ish to like 1223, somewhere in there. So they could not have built the storehouses of Pithom and Ramses if, in fact, they had already exited Egypt 200 years prior.
Well, how do you know the dating system that they're using in Kings?
Well, it's easy. You can actually just go by the date 605 when the Judeans were invaded by the Babylonians, and use the ages of both the Babylonian lineage of the kings and the biblical lineage of the kings, and you can determine that Solomon's temple was built at a particular time period. Also, you don't need much to get you from 970 to 605. We've got Egyptian records, we've got Jewish records, we got biblical records, we got Babylonian records. We kind of have a pretty good idea of when the invasion began in 605.
Yes, but some of the other examples that you brought up, like Jesus's birth being 10 years off, whatever it is, I mean, that's using the Gregorian calendar, not necessarily what the Jews, the Greeks, the Romans would have used
No, it
during
doesn't make
that
a
time.
difference.
And
The solar calendar versus the
doesn't?
lunar calendar only gives you a difference of like 4 days.
Okay, yeah, but You said that Jesus' birth is off, which is impossible because the New Testament
Well,
doesn't tell us
it's
when
certainly
Jesus
not
was born.
possible. Yeah, it says he was born before the death of Herod, right? He went into Egypt, and he stayed there until the death of Herod the Great. He died in 4 BCE. The book of Luke states that he was born during the census of Quirinius, which is roughly 6 CE. So you're off by about 10 years.
Okay, how do you know that the census of Quirinius is when Josephus said it was?
Well, no one can guarantee anything in history. Like when a historian tells us that something happened while somebody, was alive, you could be off by a couple of years. That being said, we have Roman records as well letting us know when that census was and when Quirinius was governor. So, like, it's not like we're just relying on Josephus. It's also weird that, like, you pivoted really quick to Jesus's birth without finishing the conversation on Moses.
I wasn't trying to pivot. I was trying to prove that, like, Josephus is wrong about that. I would be fine with
What evidence do you have that
getting on
Josephus
board.
got it wrong?
Okay, I will grant you. I don't have evidence that Josephus was wrong, but when we put Josephus versus Luke, Luke is right about more things.
Based
So
on
I would
whose
just say
metric?
that.
Who's counting this?
Well, I would say like the title of Pontius Pilate,
No,
procurator
how did
versus
you
perfecter.
determine that Luke is more accurate than Josephus?
Well, in the other example we have of was Pontius Pilate the procurator or the perfecter, Luke is correct. So I would just say that when they go head to head,
What do you think the
I have
difference is?
100. I think it'd probably be like mayor versus head of the city council. Pretty close, but not the same.
Why do you think that?
That is what I have been led to believe based on what I have read.
They're literally both just officials of the Roman government. And the two words that you're trying to work on are English words. Like they don't show up in the Greek.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
So you're making
the
a
same
weird
argument that I made.
You're making a weird like argument based on how two different English translators decided to translate the texts.
Yes, but that is the same point that I made a couple minutes ago about our dating systems. Is that you have how long is a year when they wrote First Kings?
It was a lunar calendar, so you're off by just a couple days compared to the solar calendar. It's not that much.
Okay,
Couple days.
And then,
I think it's 4. Could be 5. Shit. Let me check.
Okay.
How many days in the lunar calendar? Shit, off by 2 days. 1 day. The lunar calendar, as we know it today, has 354 days. So, I mean,
Okay.
you're
And then
following the lunar calendar versus the solar calendar isn't going to yield you a difference of 10 years.
Of 10 years?
Yeah.
Well, okay. But we do see in the Bible that there are numbers that we have problems with between each other.
I agree.
Like I think in First Kings it says that there were 700 soldiers that died on horseback, and in Chronicles it says 7,000.
Yep, I'm very familiar with that.
So
it's in Second Samuel though, not Kings.
Okay, yeah, my bad. Second Samuel.
So it sounds like you cooked your own argument.
No, numbers are a very easy thing to miswrite, to get the count wrong, right? I mean, like if I asked you how many votes did Trump get, that's like immediately available, and you'd probably get 50 different answers if you asked 50 different Americans and they didn't have Google to tell them.
But if the question is why is the Bible accurate, and you point to like these accounts with the dates and the numbers, and the dates and the numbers are wrong, then that means the Bible's not all that accurate. Now you're just making excuses for like why it's not accurate. Also, the New Testament couldn't even quote the Old Testament properly. Like, for example, in Mark chapter 2, Jesus says that Abiathar was the high priest when David and his men ate the showbread, but in fact, in 1 Samuel 21, it was Ahimelech. Maybe did Jesus not
Well,
read the Old Testament or what?
I am unfamiliar with that, so
We can read it real
I'll give
quick.
you the
It's Mark 2:26.
yeah.
I'll put it on the screen. So in Mark 2:26, he says, he entered the house of God when Abiathar was the high priest and ate the bread of presence, which it is not lawful for any to eat but the priest, so on and so forth. And of course, Matthew cleans this up. When Matthew tells the same story, he just leaves out the name of Abiathar because Matthew's like, oops, that was the wrong guy. But if you go to 1 Samuel 21, it's clear that the priest acting in charge was Ahimelech. David came to Nob to the priest Ahimelech, and Ahimelech came trembling, so on and so forth. And then you get the whole narrative of David eating the showbread. So, like, if Jesus can't even get his history right, I don't really have a whole lot of hope for the rest of the Bible.
Yeah. Okay. So I would say two things. I'd say three things because one, I don't want to run from legitimate arguments. So, like I will chalk that up to you're correct. That's got to be a mistake. But two, I would say I never claim the Bible's perfect. Right? When I read like this, the commentaries on the Civil War, I take that as history from Julius Caesar. But I also keep in the back of my mind, okay, some things could be incorrect. Or when I read, Herodotus, whatever. There's a lot wrong with Herodotus, but you know what I'm saying. Um,
Yeah,
so
but were
could there
those
be
written by
mistakes?
God?
Absolutely. Well, the whole idea of biblical inerrancy wasn't even held by Justin Martyr or Polycarp. Like that's a very, in terms of the grand scheme, that's in the last 500-600 years that Protestants have declared there can be no mistakes in the Bible.
Well, I'm not sure about that. For example, like Clement and Irenaeus talked about shit. Even Justin Martyr did. Now that you bring up Justin Martyr, hold on. I'm going to find you a quote from him. Justin Martyr says, I am entirely convinced that no scripture contradicts another. I shall admit that I do not understand what is recorded and shall strive to persuade those who imagine that the scriptures are contradictory to be rather of the same opinion myself. So Justin himself says that the scriptures can't contradict, although there are some that seem confusing. But we do in fact have real contradictions.
Well, I would also say when Justin Martyr says that, what is established canon scripture at that point?
Well, Justin Martyr, if you read his writings, believed in the Protestant canon plus the apocryphal works. In fact, he goes on a pretty long bender defending the apocryphal works, claiming that it was the Jews seeking to remove them from the Bible in a big conspiracy to eliminate some of the prophecies about Jesus.
Okay, yeah, but when we point to, like you brought up Mark, right? And I don't know this. I'm more asking, putting it out there. Like, was Mark established canon scripture by that point?
Yeah, I would imagine so. It seems to be the earliest gospel written, and I forget who all is on the Muratorian fragment, but I would imagine Justin would have known about them. Justin quotes pretty readily from the canon that we know of.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, and doubting Mark as being scripture would be pretty drastic.
Oh no, I wasn't saying, but like when Paul or Peter references scripture, they are talking about the Old Testament, right? So it gets a little muddied there. Like when Peter references, if Peter actually wrote the books of First, Second, and Third Peter, when he references scripture, he's not talking about Ephesians, right? He's talking about the Old Testament.
Yeah, I mean, so there's some questions as to what Paul meant when he says scripture. Paul seems to be referring to the Old Testament. There's a line in 2 Peter chapter 3 where 2 Peter refers to Paul's writings as scripture. So it seems that later tradition was pretty ready to include Paul's writings as scripture. And I would imagine the
Yes, I know.
Gospels as well.
Yeah, I know Polycarp said that Paul's writings were inspired scripture. He was fully on board that train.
Yeah.
What was the point that before I brought up Justin Martyr? What was the point?
Well, the point was that it's the biblical inerrancy debate has been going on since the very
Yes.
beginning, and I think it is kind of important. Like if we're talking about the historicity of scripture and the accuracy of scripture, and then I find passages that seem to be out of line with history or science or even contradicts itself, I'm not inclined to believe that the book itself is reliable.
Well, I think it's also important to look at each book as its own standalone book. They were not compiled together as the Bible at the time.
Sure, but if it's all from
And
God, it shouldn't contradict.
Well, again, I think I do not take scripture as literal word for word from God. I take it as divinely inspired by God to show himself to us through people, albeit flawed.
If God divinely inspired it, why wouldn't he just inspire it in a way in which it wouldn't be flawed? Why wouldn't he make it accurate?
Well, a lot of people do believe that. I just think that you can't hold that line and be correct.
I'm with you.
Because there are things in there that the argument I always hear is that exemption is not contradiction, right? But like, how many angels were at the tomb? Okay, somebody could look at that and say, look, one gospel says there's one angel, one gospel says there's two angels, therefore the gospels are not true and I shouldn't believe. Or one gospel says Jesus was crucified on Passover, the others say the day before, right?
Yep, that's correct. Yep.
So, yeah, the more logical thing I think to believe is that, okay, you have 60, 70 authors who are trying to compile the history of what they saw, and they're going to miss the mark sometimes, but most of the time they're going to accurately reflect what they've seen, heard, believe, and know.
Well, I think that's true for some of the books of the Hebrew Bible. I don't think it's necessarily true for some of what we find in the New Testament. Like the New Testament can't even read the Hebrew Bible correctly. So it misquotes it at every turn, or it quotes from editions that seem to be lost to history. We don't have them. And then, on the other hand, it's completely out of context. Like every time the New Testament is quoting the Old Testament, it's quoting it out of context. Like half the time it's quoting prophecies. They're not even prophecies. They're just random like snippets from one of the Psalms. So like I'm not encouraged that the New Testament authors were inspired when they keep lying to my face.
What are you talking about? Like how Isaiah's original translation says "young girl, not virgin," or like the crimson worm? What are some things you're talking about?
For example, in Matthew, right? I'm sorry, in John, I'm thinking. Give me a second to remember which chapter. Is it John 19? John 13? I think it's John 13. So in John 13, Jesus is predicting his own betrayal. Yeah, John 13:18 is the one. Let me grab it real quick. And Jesus says something really interesting in John. It says, "I am not speaking of all of you. I know whom I have chosen, but it is to fulfill the scripture. The one who ate my bread has lifted his heel against me." So Jesus is suggesting, like the situation here is that this scripture needs to be fulfilled. So he's treating this as though it's prophecy, right? But if you go to where this shows up, which is in Psalm 41, it's not a prophecy at all. Like it's just a random quotation from Psalm 41. In fact, the person speaking here literally says, "Heal me, I have sinned against you." It's obviously not about the Messiah. It's not a prophecy. He just found a random verse in a random psalm that talked about betrayal and said, well, It's a prophecy now. That's not. You wouldn't accept that in the Quran. You wouldn't accept that in any other holy book. Why would you accept that in the Bible?
Mm, yeah, obviously I'm biased towards my own worldview, but I'd say just the greater concept of betrayal is a prophecy fulfilled, right?
I don't think so. No. Like an actual prophecy needs to be specific. Like God actually needs to be clearly speaking through a prophet saying X, Y, and Z is going to happen. It can't just be a randomly grabbed verse from a random passage in the Hebrew Bible that sounds like something that you want it to be
Yes.
about.
Yeah, but when we do have specific examples, like the flight to Egypt is prophesized, people will
Sure about that
shoot that
one?
down and say, "Oh, but it's only in one gospel," or
No.
that he'll be from Nazareth. Oh, it's not in any gospel, or the Virgin, or from Bethlehem and Micah, right?
I
It's
mean,
like
all of these are important prophecies, except that the one you started with is not a prophecy. Hosea 11, the prophecy doesn't start until verse 5. Hosea 11, 1 and 2 is history. In fact, 1 through 4 is history. He says, when Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son. This is a direct quotation from Exodus chapter 4. It says, the more I called them, the more they went from me. They kept sacrificing to the Baals and offering incense to idols. This is not about a Messiah. This is about the nation of Israel. This is what happened during the Exodus. It's all in the past tense.
yes, but Jesus is supposed to act as a new Moses, like bring in a new law,
No,
bring
he's
in a new
not.
covenant.
That's not in the Hebrew Bible anywhere.
Uh, well, that's. I think the parallels. Excuse me, I got something in my throat. The parallels are like an obvious connection that we can just make
Why?
without it. I don't know. That's what we do with literature, right? When you
I
read that the
wouldn't.
curtains were blue, no, you don't. You don't.
The question is, what is a prophecy? A prophecy is not just any words on a page that sound like what you want them to sound like. A prophecy is like a clear pattern of speech. In fact, God tells you how to test a prophet in Deuteronomy 18. He says, if the words of the prophet does not come true or prove to be true, then that prophet is not speaking for Yahweh, and you must kill that prophet for speaking presumptuously. So like a prophecy from a prophet is like an actual like piece of information that you can test. It's not just like any random words on a page.
Okay, I agree with that, but like the example you just gave, did Jesus say, "Here's the prophecy," or did he just say, "I fulfilled this"?
Well, Jesus didn't say it. So this was listed by Matthew. Like if you go to Matthew 2,
Okay.
he lists it in verse 14, I believe, 14 or 15. Let me grab that. In 14, yeah, it says Joseph got up and took the child and his mother by night and went to Egypt. And then in 15, he says, and remained there until the death of Herod. This was to fulfill what had been spoken by the Lord through the prophet. Out of Egypt I have called my son. So Matthew is interpreting it as though it's a prophecy, which is why I don't trust Matthew.
So, is there anything? Do you think that there's any uh, actual history recorded in the New Testament, or do you think it's all fabricated, written later? Like, what's your
Well,
stance on?
Well, I believe there was a guy named Jesus who came around and was like a Jewish teacher, maybe even a magician or a wise man that ended up getting killed by the state. That certainly is something that I can find believable based on the evidence that we have. But I think the stories that are told about them are quite mythological, and we've got similar stories about other people from history that, you know, when you look at the earliest stories, they were quite normal. And then over time, the stories about them grow and grow and grow until they're like demigods. And I think that's what happened with Jesus.
Yeah, that's somewhat plausible, except it doesn't grow and grow over time. It's almost immediate.
Well, I don't think so.
It's like Jesus is crucified, and there's immediately people worshiping him as God.
Oh, I don't think so at all. I mean, the earliest gospel of Mark is quite ambiguous about his deified position. It seems like he's more got an adoptionist theology, like Jesus is like the adopted son of the Father, similar to what the Greeks and the Romans did. You don't get like a Jesus true demigod until you get to the book of John, which is quite late.
Yeah, but Mark makes some claims like when they only God can forgive sins, and then Jesus says, "Okay, I forgive sins."
Well, no, he says the Son of Man, right? So the question is, what authority does the Son of Man have? So the Son of Man, if you remember correctly, is a figure that shows up in Daniel chapter 7, also shows up in the book of Enoch and in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Is like this messianic title. And so Jesus is explaining what authority the Son of Man has. He's saying that the Son of Man has authority to forgive sins, which is because God gave it to him. Because remember, the whole shtick is that all authority in heaven and earth has been given to the Son of Man. So he's just basically clarifying, yes, the Son of Man does in fact have the power to do some of these things that only God can do.
Yes, only God can do. Like ride the clouds, forgive sins.
Yeah.
God, the Old Testament says God does not share His glory, but then somehow Jesus has all the glory of God in even the Gospel of Mark.
Actually, I mean, you basically just created a good contradiction. I've used this one before. The only way around this, you're quoting from Isaiah chapter 45, if I remember correctly. The only way around this is to say that Jesus is God, because otherwise you got a big problem. If Yahweh doesn't share his glory with another, he says, there's no gods created before me, nor none after me. Then the only way to square this round peg is to say that Jesus actually is Yahweh, which creates a crazy logical contradiction.
I mean, that's just the belief of mainstream Christianity that
I know.
Jesus is the second person of the Trinity.
I know. Yeah, but it's a logical contradiction. The Trinity is incoherent. Like it's either one God or it's three gods, but it's not three in one.
Why would that be a contradiction?
Because 1 + 1 + 1 = 3.
Yeah,
So
three in one.
three gods.
It's like
Nope.
no, it's not three gods. That would be polytheism.
I agree. Yes. Yeah. The Trinity would be polytheism if you're using like actual logic.
Well, would you agree? Would you say that the Hebrews were monotheistic?
No, I think the Hebrews were henotheistic.
Okay. Yeah.
In
No, I was
fact,
going to say because we see in the Sodom and Gomorrah story, Yahweh on earth rains fire from Yahweh in heaven.
no, it's not Yahweh on earth. It doesn't say that. That's Genesis 19. It says Yahweh rained down fire from Yahweh in heaven. It doesn't say that he was on the earth. In fact, if you read the narrative, it's quite clear that Yahweh appeared in Genesis 18 with two other angels. And then the two angels departed and went to Sodom, and Yahweh went back home to heaven. So it's just a clarification of where Yahweh is when he rains down the fire and sulfur. And the Talmud actually deals with this quite well, because there's quite a few instances where this type of sentence structure shows up. I think the earliest is in the lineage given in Genesis when it talks about Lamech. And Lamech refers to himself in the third person as well. So personally, I think like these little grammatical anomalies are just artifacts from copying errors. But that being said, there's so many of them, I would be reluctant to use one of them to dream up some kind of a trinity.
Okay. I only have a couple minutes left, and you seem very knowledgeable. I'm actually blown away with how much, like, you can just say, "Oh yeah, that's Isaiah 45." So I've had something that I've been really wrestling with. That I'm going to assume you've probably heard of. In Deuteronomy, do you know the scene where Elyon is distributing the nations?
Yeah, 32:8.
Yes. I've done a ton of reading, and it's all biased, right? At least the Christian. If you get it from a Christian source, it's biased to no. Monotheism didn't develop over time. It was always there. El Elyon is Yahweh,
Yeah.
but it doesn't seem that way. What do you do with that from your perspective?
Okay, so there's a scholar who I think provides the best explanation for this problem. And for those who don't know, let me put it on the screen. Deuteronomy 32:8 says, when the Most High, that's Elyon in Hebrew, apportioned the nations, when he divided humankind, he fixed the boundaries of the people according to the number of the gods. Yahweh's own portion was his people, Jacob, his allotted share. So, based on the reading of the text, basically it's suggesting that Yahweh was part of a pantheon rather than equivalent with Elyon. So, that's how most people read this. Now, Mark S. Smith has done quite a bit of work on this. He's a scholar of the Bible in the ancient Near East. And he's written a book that you might want to check out. Give me a second. That kind of develops this this track into monotheism. The name of the book is The Origins of Biblical Monotheism, Israel's Polytheistic Background and the Ugaritic Text by Mark S. Smith. And he's no chump. I forget where he teaches at. It's like Oxford or Princeton or something. Give me a second to recall. Let's see. Mark S. Smith. Where does he teach at? Yale. He graduated from Yale. But where is he currently teaching? Let's see where it says. Blah, 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 blah. He went to Johns Hopkins. Then he went to Yale. He went to Harvard as well. Shit, where does he teach at now? He can't be retired. Princeton. Okay, he became the professor of Old Testament literature and exegesis at Princeton Theological Seminary. So, I mean, the guy's not a schmuck. But anyways, his general consensus is that originally Yahweh was one of many gods, as implied by this text and other texts. And then later, when the Judeans supplanted the Israelites as the dominant power, the Judeans basically converged the Judean Yahwistic cult with the El cult of the northern tribes. It would be worthwhile to read a couple books on the Israelite religious system. Most scholars nowadays believe that the Judeans and the Israelites were two separate nations, and that they didn't really have a shared cultural heritage like people want to think, and that they kind of combined their nation into one nation when the Assyrian Empire devastated the northern tribes, and many of them escaped into Judah for protection. They kind of had to merge their two ethnic and religious identities. And that's why we have passages that seem to be making excuses, like in Exodus chapter 6. There's a verse in chapter 6 that seems to be an explanation for why there's like two different names of God. It says, God spoke to Moses and said to him, I am Yahweh. I appeared to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob as El Shaddai, but by my name Yahweh, I did not make myself known to them. So this is a later text, and it appears that the goal of this text is to explain why some of our people know about El and why some of our people know about Yahweh. And they're trying to say, no, it's actually the same God. But this particular text appears to be a much later text.
Yeah, I think there's also a I can't think of the word. We try to reconcile, recolatory. What's the word I'm looking for?
I think
There's
reconcile is
also
a
a
good
passage.
word.
Yeah. There's also a passage in Psalms where they try to reconcile that Elyon and Yahweh are the same.
Yes, yeah. There's actually a couple. In fact, in my cheat sheet, I've got a deconstruction cheat sheet. I've got a couple passages listed in the appendix of where they tend to conflate the names of God to make it appear like they're all the same. Give me a second to see where some of those passages were. My sheet's getting too long at this point. So there's a couple passages that seem to equate Yahweh with Elyon, which would be Psalm 7, Psalm 9, Psalm 18, Psalm 21, Psalm 47, Psalm 77. And then my favorites are Psalm 83 and Psalm 92. And Psalm 97. All of these Psalms seem to be equating Elyon and Yahweh. And there's a couple reasons why this is the case. There is, if I'm being really charitable to the history of the Bible, I could say that this literally came from the Davidic United Monarchy, and suggest that what happened during the Assyrian invasion also happened during the United Monarchy. And that's personally my theory. I think it's harder to prove, and a lot of scholars agree with me, but they can't prove it. Meaning I agree with them. But I believe that when David became king and solidified his power, I believe the North and the South, who were originally two different people groups, actually did merge for a time period and become one united kingdom. And when they did, there was a concerted effort by the king's court, to mix their religious backgrounds and try to make one solid religious background so that the kingdom could remain united. But I don't think the effort was good enough, which is why it split only 1.5 generations later.
Well, unfortunately, I got to work at 8:00. But
I understand.
Appreciate you talking to me.
Yeah, Ben, thanks for coming up, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you have a good night.
Cheers. Have a good one. Oh shit! I just sorry, Ben. Thanks for coming to talk. Sorry to whoever I just accidentally kicked out of the guest box right now. Somebody was in my guest box, and I meant to send Ben off, and I accidentally booted them from the guest box. So I apologize to whoever that was. Luke Core, thank you so much for the super chat. Lou says Acts 1, 9 through 12 and Luke 24, 50 through 53. Jesus shoots up into space like a rocket going where? What's the point of a bodily ascension when you're a spirit anyway? So this is really good because this is also confirmed again in 1 Corinthians chapter 15, where Paul makes it pretty clear that Jesus had an actual body when he ascended even into the heavens. And so this is something that is lost on the modern reader, which is that even in biblical times, they didn't believe that you became immaterial, like when you in the afterlife. That wasn't the thing. You just had a glorified body in the afterlife. And Jesus obviously received a glorified body. I think another question, Lou, that we should be asking ourselves is, according to the story, there's a whole crowd of people from Galilee who saw it happen. How does an entire crowd of Galileans, and I would imagine other people from the surrounding areas, how do they see a guy floating up into the clouds and not be like, well, you don't see that every day. Maybe we should document this. That's crazy to me that nobody actually documented it except for his followers hundreds of years later. Sounds like mythology to me. And Ellis, thank you for the 99 super chat. Says, how many indulgences to Doug do I have to pay so that the Knicks can sweep the Eastern Conference Finals? Glad to catch you live. Ben, a minute. Well, Ellis, thank you so much for being here. And listen, I don't know what the indulgence is for Doug to give the Knicks the power of the rock. That being said, go Knicks. I'm all for it. I'd love to see the Knicks on top. It's been a long time. I remember there was a time period when I was a young man that the Knicks had a really good run for a while. I loved watching Patrick Ewing. There were some really cool players at that time period. I'm old. I'm for a million years old now, but I'd love to see the Knicks have some success. Praise Doug. And Hammond, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, not a lot of people talk about this. Jesus in the Gospels behaves like a modern cult leader. We only have cult texts from the cult followers. It's like getting information about Hubbard from the cult. Nailed it. And this is something you'll learn when you study cults. Anyone that is teaching you that something horrific will happen to you unless you only do exactly what I tell you to. Nobody else has answers. Nobody else has truth. Only me. That's like the first sign of a cult leader. So you nailed it. And what Christians will say when you talk to Christians about this, they'll say like, well, yeah, that's what cults do as well, but it was true of Jesus. He's the exception. And so they'll try to special plead their way out of it. Master Machete, good to see you tonight, friend. Thank you for the super chat. It says, numbers should be easy to get right. If it's inspired by God, everything should be easy. That's my opinion. I think if God inspired it, he shouldn't have stopped halfway. Like, if you're going to inspire the text, if you're going to do magic, just do all of the magic and make it all true. You know what I mean? Why are you doing half the magic? And the Kern, there we go. Sorry, the text is small on the screen. Kern, thank you for the super chat. It says, funny how much Christians thrive on ambiguity and muddiness and not solid facts, a religion of what if, and we can't know for sure, keeping you perpetual anxious. You're all right. And remember, the goal of apologetics is not to prove this stuff true. The goal of apologetics is to say it's possible. It's not impossible. You know what I mean? That's really the goal here, right? Because you can't prove any of this stuff to be true. And Adele, again, thank you so much, Adele, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Big W. Rock hard for Doug is now the one traveling, and it gives me the sad. But Justin is cooking, and that helps fill the void. Well, listen, best of traveling mercies from Doug to rock hard for Doug and your hubby, Adele. Let him know that we're thinking about him, and to remain rock hard, even if you find some turbulence on the way. And Johanna, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, no woman should believe in God. The 3 holy books teach men to abuse, disrespect, and treat. I think part of it's cut off. I think it says treat with total condescension, all the women in their lives. You're not wrong. I mean, that's the truth of the matter. The Bible is not. It's not an egalitarian book. They don't do. I mean, look at all the verses about women. All the women, the only thing they're ever praised for is being hot. That's it. They have no value beyond being hot, other than Proverbs 31. Hot and working hard. That's it. Blessed Goku says, classic. Words don't mean words. Apologetics. That is the go-to classic. And Dr. Joe's with us tonight. Thank you so much, Dr. Joe. Says, from guest sides, it's less of a debate and more of a resurrection attempt for dead arguments. Bazinga. Good one, Dr. Joe. I like that one. Thank you so much. That was a good one. And we've got some new members. Kane, welcome to the Kraken crew. And Dex just sent out 5 DZ memberships. Big W, Dex. I appreciate that. We're almost through with our super chats, guys. So I'm trying not to get backed up tonight. Johanna says, no man is more intelligent than a woman. Fuck, I agree with that 100%. Yes, we might have different strengths. Women are better at multitasking. Ergo, God should be female. Listen, we have done actual scientific studies. Women are better at multitasking, hands down. That's all there is to it. Cyber Deconstruction, good to see you, my friend. Thank you so much for the super chat. It says, how is the Trinity one if Jesus has a physical body and themes her doesn't? So we didn't get too much into the Trinity topic, but I'm with you 1,000,000%. The fact that Jesus has a mind, will, and a body and isn't somehow a completely separate God is crazy to me. Crazy to me. Also, make sure you're following Cyber Deconstruction on YouTube and TikTok. And Jim says, have you heard anything by Robert P. Jones, a very honest Christian scholar and author that writes about white Christian nationalism in the U.S.? I have not, Jim. I kind of wish I had now. Are they on YouTube? I'd love to know more of what they're saying. We need more Christians speaking out about white Christian nationalism. But no, I apologize. I don't know this particular figure. And Skeptic Frog, great name. Thank you for the 616. Hail Nero says, as I'm about to start the OXF, the Oxford Study Bible, love it. Are the Bible Viz project and Skeptic Annotated Bible good companion websites? I haven't used Bible Viz, but I am familiar with the Skeptic Annotated Bible, and it's good. It's not great. I would make a lot of changes to it. It's certainly not done by a scholar. That's obvious, but it is good. It's very good. I would spend your hard-earned money on it, no doubt. And Brian says Moses grifted Israelites. His pen story, orphan became hero, and only person who can talk and see to God. Aaron's sons in grift number 2. God directs offerings of money, sacrifices, blood rituals, add flair. Yeah, I agree. It was a grift, actually. You know, all of these religions start with a grift, and that's just all there is to it. And Moses and Aaron, if they were real people, were grifters. I'm with you wholeheartedly. Jam and Jay with us tonight. Good to see you. Says guest math. A mistake plus Clevin gets you home by 7. That's about right. Yeah, that's Christian math. And Katie, thank you for the super chat. Says, thank you so much for these streams. Working through my deconstruction and your knowledge is super helpful. Well, Kate, thank you so much for supporting the stream. And I'm always trying to learn, always trying to learn. So thank you for being here. And Mike, good to see you tonight, my friend. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Big W says, glad to see you back cooking. Just another praise for Doug and providing you the wisdom to do horizontal streams. May your sedimentary layers run ever deep. Well, thank you so much. Praise Doug. And definitely W on the puns. And we are streaming horizontal and vertical. The horizontal stream is on DZ Debates. The vertical is on my main channel. And last one from Jeremy says, Bart Ehrman calls out in his book Armageddon, Revelation 21:12, high walls and gates. Why do they need security if this is still after Judgment Day? So funny. So this goes to prove what I've been saying for a long time, and other authors like Josephine Ford has said in her commentaries, which is that it's pretty clear that Revelation was written in multiple stages by multiple authors. And it seems to account for some of the editorial issues. All right, let's get our next guest in here. Nate's been waiting in our YouTube queue, so we got Nate with us now. How you doing, Nate? Nate, did we put you to sleep, my friend? Nate, can you hear us? Nate? No? Yes, no, maybe. Nate, you're on, bud. I want to send him a message, let him know he's on. He's waited all this time. Nate, man, can you hear us? Your microphone's muted right now. It shows that your microphone hardware is muted.
Okay, sorry.
There you go.
Able to hear me?
Yeah, we're good now. Yeah, how you doing?
Thank you so much. Yeah, I know you asked the typical questions. Yes, I'm over 18. The Bible is ahistorical, so yeah. What I just want to say again, thank you so much for everything. I had no idea that the Greek editions of the Bible were like what allowed the New Testament to borrow so many things from the Old in a way that was just that. I also learned recently that the King James edition was the thing that basically every denomination pretty much from the 1800s to the 1950s have interpreted. So I just am wondering why there are so many denominations out there today if all of them are based on misinterpretations because the King James Version is a revisionist Bible.
So, I mean, it is a revision Bible. It was revision of the Bishop's Bible. But let's imagine for a second that they all had one English translation. I still think there'd be all these denominations because I think people are picking and choosing the verses that they like. And I think it's also true that sometimes the Bible isn't clear on a particular topic. We'll say, for example, baptism, right? So the Anabaptist movement, they've probably got they've got to at least have 45 different splinter groups from people saying, well, no, you have to baptize this way. No, you can't do it that way. You got to do it this way, right? And they're so hell-bent on this nonsensical view that they're willing to split over it, even though realistically, most of them are reading the same Bible. A lot of them are reading the Geneva Bible. So I don't know if having one Bible would even help. I think people just are disagreeing because the text isn't very clear.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good point. And I guess I just have another couple of questions. The word deconstruction, there's a philosophical sense, and then there's also more just the kind of the community. I know that the way I think of deconstruction, in many ways, even just the religious institutions themselves are deconstructionists, like sort of like the people you least expect, because they're the ones who have initially, made these dogmatic positions. And I guess my question is, like, obviously this is a place for deconstruction, but what is like the best way for, like, for community and for these things, how to get, reintegration the right way? If, that's something that, or it's just kind of like none of us are really sure how to answer.
So that's why we have a Discord community for people that are deconstructing. It's just a big community. And when you're in seminary or Bible college, the goal is deconstruction. And then they are going to give you the tools to reconstruct in a way that works for you. Like, most people are confused because they think you're going to go to seminary and they're going to deconstruct you and then they're going to reconstruct you. But that's not really what they do. Most good seminaries give you the tools to be your own theologian rather than trying to teach you what to believe. If you go to a seminary or a Bible college and they're teaching you this is the correct theology, then I would get far away from that Bible college. That being said, outside of mainstream academia, there's not a lot of places where you can go for deconstruction other than you're already here. You're it, you know?
Yeah, I discovered you last week, and it amazes me, like, how many times, like, people are like asking you questions for the first time, and you have hours of content where they're asking the same questions. Like I just don't know, is it like an ego thing, or it's like I just cannot for the life of me even begin to think, like, how can I just, like, not even have suspicion, like, that, like, maybe this person has actually said what I've said, because you've literally had so many hours of it. Like, are these people just like, it's just the Dunning-Kruger effect all the way? Or is it like they just really think that, like, the idea that anything that isn't inside their religious group is, anything outside of their religious group is just, they don't even have a theory or something? It's like,
I think it's a little bit Dunning-Kruger. I think it's also a little bit of the books and the people that they're listening to have prepared them incorrectly. So, for example, when I was a young Christian and I was reading apologetic books, a lot of the framing of the apologetic books is like, the atheists are stupid, they don't know anything, their arguments are bad, and then they straw man all the atheist arguments, and then they say, atheists have no answers for these arguments, right? So then you're like really excited, and you're like, oh my gosh, atheists have no answer for this. And then, like, the first time you go to an atheist and make one of these arguments, it turns out they've got lots of answers for it, and they're actually better than the straw man put together by the books. And so what happens is, like, they come in blind and then they're caught like a deer in the headlights because the books that they're reading are leading them astray. It's giving them a false confidence.
I guess it's like also like, how do people, like, not, like, have moral accountability? Like, TikTok, obviously there's a lot of people, but how is it just, like, naturally that, like, when people are having PhDs and masters and other people aren't, like, how could, like, even, like, that lead to where we are today? Like, I'm not saying, like, it's some conspiracy, but, like, how can so many people be duped when there are actual academic institutions? Like how is there just this not, if the truth is so powerful, and, like, just why isn't it, like, more wide known? If like why just aren't people, like, just why isn't society in general just, like, trusting people who have doctorates over people who are just, rhetorically, very just, selling snake oil?
Well, I think the problem is, like, the work that the scholars are putting out are very hard to digest by non-scholars, and it's hard for them to cross over into the mainstream because you have to have, like, a baseline of knowledge. So it's kind of like, I've got a background and a career in electrical engineering, and I design machines, right? I couldn't just go to a random Joe off the street and start talking to them about machine design. They would have no idea what I'm talking about. I could give them some basic electrical theory because they've seen electricity before, right? So part of the problem with biblical studies is so much of it is high-level specialized stuff that when you do talk to normal people, you have to use the lower level. You really have to go shallow. You know what I mean? So like the real good stuff, the real fun stuff that you learn in academia, is hard to translate that into real world society because they're already so shallow. You can't just throw them in the deep end.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like also like there's just so much rich stuff that it's like I feel like I can't unsee these things like the Epic of Gilgamesh and Enuma Elish. Like when like I don't like when I've talked to others and it's like I don't know how some of these people can't unsee these things. Like it's like this awe, like a stunning painting. Like these people are like I know maybe this is for like a psychologist, but like what is going on in their like what is their like unconscious psyche doing to not see and process what I'm seeing, because it just seems so natural when I see it.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, no one's reading that, right? Christians can't even read their Bible. They're not reading extra biblical literature.
Yeah.
I think that's part of the problem. And that's why so many people deconstruct when they get to seminary, is because you have to read the parallel text. You have to learn the language. You have to, so like they call seminary the cemetery for a reason, is because when a lot of people see how the sausage is made, they can't really hold on to the faith anymore. But listen, Nate,
yeah,
I'd love to have a longer chat, but we got to keep the debates flowing.
I understand. Thank you so much. And yeah, looking forward to all the things you've published. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Nate. Join the Discord, friend.
Thank you.
Cheers. W Nate for deconstructing. It's hard, and I don't think for a lot of people, I don't think they know they're allowed to as well. You see what I'm saying? Like they've been programmed to think that they're not allowed to ask difficult questions, or when they do ask difficult questions, their pastor dissuades them. Beandogs, good to see your friend. Beandog says, "Let's cook, baby." That's exactly what we're going to be doing. And TY, thank you for the $2.99 super thanks. I appreciate that. And Larry, thank you so much for the $6.66. Big W, Larry. I appreciate that. We're going to try to get Aussie in here with us. Larry says, "Thanks for the pretzeling guests. So fine, man. Pretty work." we got more pretzeling left to do.
Fine, man. Pretty
We're
work.
gonna see it. Aussie, I don't know what's happening on your end, but you got a really bad echo. What is that? What's happening? Aussie, I don't know what's happening on your end, but you got a really bad echo. What is that? What's happening? Aussie, I don't know what's happening on your end, but you got a. Okay, Aussie's getting a phone call apparently. Aussie, fix your phone call. Swipe away from the app and come back. We'll get it figured out. Or just leave. Okay, I guess he couldn't handle it. I still haven't adjusted my green screen. My green screen is still gritting out my teeth. I got to actually adjust that so it's not doing that, or maybe change my color profile. So Aussie, I don't think you're actually in the box anymore. So let me turn that off. Well, it says you're in the box, but you're clearly not. I'm going to drop you. Come back when you get your connection. You waited all this time. I want you to actually be able to speak to us. And Mike Bowen, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, always rock hard for Doug, but when the stream is on, I'm busting for Justin. I love it. I love it. That's great. I appreciate that. Good usage of words. Big W. And S, good to see you tonight, friend. Says, we really need an I used to be an atheist counter. You're not wrong. We actually should get an I used to be an atheist counter. That would be fun. All right, we'll try to get Aussie up here again. And Marduk is with us tonight. Good to see you, Marduk. Thank you for the $4.99 super thanks. Big W, friend. And last one from Boop and Boom. Good to see you, Boop. Says Old Testament prophecy, rah, go team. The Cleveland Browns are for sure going to win the Super Bowl next year. Surprised they don't. New Testament cope. You nailed it. You nailed it. The same way I cope with the paper bag over my head every year and the Cleveland Browns is the way the New Testament is dealing with the Old Testament prophecies. How you doing, Aussie?
Good. Is the echo gone?
Yeah, I think we're good.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened. That's bizarre.
Sometimes that happens when the TikTok app is just kind of on the fritz, or like if you get a phone call while you're online?
Yeah, it could have been something like that. But so yeah, I'm literally I'm here because a good friend of mine asked me to come up and have a conversation with you. I'm a Christian apologist. She said that you're pretty well educated and thought it'd be an interesting conversation.
Certainly would be interesting. Is your friend a believer or not?
Yes, we both are.
Cool. So
Yeah, we're both
you gave
biblical
me
Christians.
sure. So you gave me the background information. So I guess I would start out with the question: is what would be like a good argument or evidence for the Christian God being real?
Well, so can we pause on that? Because I wanted to actually talk about the prompt first, if that's okay.
Sure. I mean, I figure that is part of the prompt, but go ahead.
Well, yeah, so the prompt is your God is imaginary, prove me wrong. And that's always bizarre to me when I see something, because you see people like go to college campuses and make a claim and then say, prove me wrong. Like immediately that shouts out to me, like shifting the burden of proof. So if you're saying my God is
Can you prove me wrong?
imaginary, well, hold on. What I'm saying is if you're starting with a claim your God is imaginary, don't you have the burden of proof?
We both have burdens of proof here. So my claim is that you can imagine your God and nothing more. Your God seems to exist in your head, and you can't demonstrate your God to exist outside of your head.
Okay, can you prove that?
Yeah, because you can't do it. So the fact that you can't prove your God to exist outside of your head demonstrates that your God only exists inside your head.
So are you referring to objective truth?
No, I'm suggesting that the claim I'm making is that your God can only be proven as far as your imagination.
Right, and what led you to that conclusion is what I'm asking.
That you can't
Like
prove
you and I personally
your
never had a
God to exist outside of your head, which is why rather than actually giving an argument or evidence for your God existing, you're trying to get out of it and you're trying to burden shift.
But you and I have never had a conversation, so how could you like say that?
Well, go ahead and try it then. Prove me wrong.
Well, okay. Do you agree that the claim is unfounded then?
No.
Well, I mean, how do you justify that then?
Well, prove me wrong.
Yeah, and that's the point. That's what I'm saying.
So you can't do it then.
No, that's not what I said. I'm saying you're
It's
starting off.
It's not a burden shift. It's my initial claim. My initial claim is prove me wrong, and I don't think you can do it.
Right. So if I said you don't have $100 in your pocket, prove me wrong. Like, do I have? Is that a justified belief for me to have to begin with? That you don't have $100 in your pocket?
Well, it depends on how rare that circumstance would be, right? So, for example, if you were someone that would have no access to $100, then I would say that's a pretty justifiable claim. But $100 is actually pretty quite easy to get a hold of. Now, if you said if I said you don't have 15 pounds of gold in your pocket, I think that would be a claim that requires a whole lot less burden shifting to get around. But you're actually proving my point for me. So the whole time you've been up here, what you've done is you've suggested that you can't actually prove your God outside of your imagination, which, as far as I can tell, just reinforces what I say. Now, that being said, there's lots of good reasons to believe that your God doesn't exist.
Okay, but again, even that conclusion is unwarranted. You're
No, it's
assuming
not.
because we haven't got to that conclusion yet that I can't do it.
Well, prove me wrong then.
Well, do you understand that's a non
Well,
sequitur?
if you can do it, maybe you should do it.
Okay, do you agree that that's a non sequitur?
Well, let me ask you a question. No, I don't agree. Can you demonstrate that your God exists outside of your imagination?
Okay, if it's not a non sequitur,
It's
what are
just
your premises?
it's just a yes or no.
Yeah, what are your premises?
It's just a yes or no, Aussie. Can you demonstrate that your God exists beyond your imagination?
Okay, what are your premises that lead to the
Listen,
conclusion?
you can burden shift all day long. I talk to apologists way better than you. I'm not going to let you burden shift all night. Answer yes or no. Are you capable of demonstrating your God to exist outside of your imagination? It requires a yes, no, or I don't know.
Your prompt is the one that is making the
Okay,
burden.
so you can't answer the question then? You're incapable?
Is that what you believe?
I'm asking you.
Okay, is that what you believe?
I'm asking you to answer the question. I'm asking, are you capable of demonstrating your God to exist or providing an argument for your God's existence outside of your imagination? Is that something you're capable of doing?
I am capable of doing that.
Oh, great. Thank you. That's all you had to say is yes. The correct answer would have been yes. So that's what I'm interested in. I'm interested in the argument or the evidence that would demonstrate your God to exist outside of your imagination. Would you like to get on to that?
Okay, absolutely. As soon as you admit that your prompt is definitely burden and proof shifting.
It's actually not.
Okay, your God is imaginary, prove me wrong. Your addition of prove me wrong is what makes it shifting the burden of proof.
No, it's not. It's not a shifting burden of proof. If that's my starting point, my starting point is that you can't prove me wrong. A burden shift would be if I made a claim without any further, any further structure after that. If I just said your God does not exist and that was it. And then you came in here and I said, well, prove me wrong. That would be a burden shift. This is the starting point, which means it's not a burden shift. It's a starting point for the burden. So you can cry all you want that you can't demonstrate your God to be real, but our starting point is that you can't prove me wrong, and you're demonstrating that you're afraid to do it.
But it doesn't say you can't prove me wrong. It says prove me wrong.
Prove me wrong.
So if you're making the claim,
are you going to give me an argument or not?
Do you agree that the person making the claim has the burden of proof? Yes or no?
It depends on the form of the argument, right? So if we're having like an actual philosophical argument, then all claims, the burden of proof is on the person making the claim. I'm making two statements here. One is that your God is imaginary, which I can defend. The other is that you can't demonstrate otherwise. And you will never be able to demonstrate that, which is why you're terrified of doing it.
Okay, we'll start with proving the first one. Your God is imaginary. Prove my God is imaginary.
Okay, so part of that is where we started, which is you can only imagine your God. You can't actually demonstrate your God to exist in real life. Part number two is that number two, because you're terrified of doing it.
Okay, that's a non sequitur. How are you not embarrassed?
Then do it, Aussie.
How are you not embarrassed for saying that? That's a non sequitur.
Then do it.
So I said, how do you prove my God is imaginary? And you said, because your God is only in your mind.
I said, that's only point number one. Trust me, I've got lots of reasons why your God is imaginary. We've just begun. So I just want to point out for the beginning of the conversation that you're unable and unwilling to defend your claim, which is that you can prove your God to not be imaginary. So I'll move on to point number two, which is the argument for why your God is imaginary. Your God is imaginary because he has contradictory traits.
Why are you moving on to point number two when we haven't proved point number one?
Point number two is for the original claim.
Why are you moving on to point number two if you haven't proved point number one?
Because point number one is the fact that you're unwilling to demonstrate the thing that you claim to be true. That's not what non sequitur means. Point number two in my argument.
What do you believe non sequitur means?
Point number two in my argument is.
What do you believe non sequitur means?
Point number two in my argument is defending the original claim, which is why your specific God doesn't actually exist. Would you like me to give you the argument for why your God doesn't exist?
We're not there yet.
We literally are there. You've been trying to, this entire time, you've been trying to get me to make a case for why your God does not exist, and we're finally there, and now you don't want me to do it. It sounds to me like you don't want to engage in a good faith dialogue no matter what. So let me, just so we're clear, point number one is that you're unable to defend your claim, which is that your God is demonstrable outside of your imagination. You're unable or unwilling to defend that claim. That was point number one, and you're demonstrating it to be true. So I moved on to point number two, since you're unwilling to engage in point number one. Point number two is, yes, I have lots of arguments for why your specific God is not real. Would you like to hear the arguments for that, or do you want to run away from that like a coward?
I would like you to prove point number one before moving on. Can you do that?
You proved point number one.
How did I prove that I don't have How did I prove that God doesn't exist apart from my imagination?
Point number one is that you are unable to demonstrate God outside of your imagination. If you could do it, you would have just fucking done it already. If I could do it, I would have done it already. The fact of the matter is, you're not capable of doing it, which is why you won't do it, which is why I've moved on to point number two, which is defending my main argument, which is why your specific God doesn't exist. Would you like to have an actual conversation on anything substantive, or do you want to dance around bullshit claims that you don't like the way I've structured my debate?
No, I don't care how you structure it.
Okay, so do you want to get onto something of substance?
Do you want to let me finish?
No,
Or you just want to like.
No,
You don't want to let me finish?
No, I don't. I want you to engage in a dialogue of substance.
If you're afraid of having the conversation, kick me.
Nobody's afraid and nobody's kicking you. You're going to run like a coward like everyone else. So I want to have a dialogue on the actual substance. I want to stop having a stupid dialogue on you don't like the way I've structured my sentences or my argument. I want to have the dialogue. Would you like to have the dialogue about why your God does not exist? Is that something you'd like to do?
Absolutely. Prove God doesn't exist.
You know, your specific God.
Yeah, the God of the Bible.
Fantastic. Is it your belief that the God of the Bible is all-knowing?
Okay, asking me a question isn't proving that God doesn't exist.
Listen,
Prove to me God doesn't
I
exist.
have to know exactly what you believe about God before I can take the argument against your God. So, do you believe, according to your reading of the scriptures, that God is all-knowing?
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe, according to your reading of the scriptures, that God is all-powerful?
God is God can do anything logically possible. I wouldn't say all powerful.
Do you believe,
God
according to
can-
your reading of the scriptures, that God is all good?
God is perfectly moral. Yes.
Fair enough. Do you think he's perfectly just?
Yes.
Okay. And according to your reading of the Bible, if the Bible says things that are untrue, what would that say about your God? Like, it's a hypothetical, keep in mind. If the Bible said things that were not true, what would that mean for your God?
Well, what do you mean by not true? Because there's things in the Bible that people have said in the Bible that were not true. Like quotes of things that are not true.
If God or Jesus or the author of the gospel says something that is just flatly not true, what does that mean for you in your theology?
Well, it would depend on the claim itself.
Like, so if Jesus says something that's not true, you don't know what that means?
Well, I don't know that Jesus ever said anything that was not true. I believe everything Jesus said is true.
Let me start from the beginning. Do you believe the Bible's inerrant, yes or no?
No.
Okay, that's all I needed. Okay, so let's get on to the actual arguments. So, for example, this idea that God... actually, let me clear up one other thing. Do you think that your God exists outside of space and time and whatnot?
God exists ubiquitously.
Outside of space and time?
That's ubiquitous, right?
Well, not necessarily. Ubiquitous just means it's everywhere.
Right, everywhere.
Yeah, I'm talking about outside of space and time.
God exists everywhere that's possible for God to exist.
Okay, you can avoid the question. We know what you mean. So anyways, so argument number one then against your God is that your God is not all good. You want to hear the argument?
I do.
Okay. Can an all good God cause unnecessary suffering?
Well, you're getting into some very subjective terms now. First of all, what do you define as good?
I've defined good as not containing unnecessary suffering. Can you give me an example where unnecessary suffering is ever good?
Hold on. Give me your definition of good again.
My definition of good excludes unnecessary suffering. Does your definition of good include unnecessary suffering?
Why does your
It's crazy that you can't actually answer my question, Aussie. I'm asking you a simple question. Can you be all good while causing unnecessary suffering? And you're trying to give me a politician's answer. What I need is a yes or a no.
No. How did you reach the conclusion that your definition of good is objective? You can keep saying I'm avoiding the questions. I'm answering the questions. You don't like my follow-ups,
I told you my definition of good excludes unnecessary suffering, which is why I'm asking you to clarify your definition of good. Does your definition of good include or exclude unnecessary suffering? Because it might be that we have different ideas of what good means. So please tell me, does your definition of good include or exclude unnecessary suffering?
Okay, my definition of good is not my definition of good, okay?
I don't care whose it is. Give me the definition you're working with.
Okay. Everything that correlates to the perfect moral nature of God is what is good.
Yeah,
Everything
does it include unnecessary suffering? That was the question.
If there is unnecessary suffering that exists, it's not because of God. It would not be from God.
My question is, can somebody be all good while causing unnecessary suffering? I'm not giving you the argument yet. I'm asking you a question.
Okay. Repeat it one more time, because I just want to make sure I'm answering the right question.
Can somebody be all good and then also cause unnecessary suffering?
No.
Thank you. That's all. Listen, you wasted 5 minutes on that. All you had to say was no 5 minutes ago. Okay, so we both agree that part of being all good means that you don't cause unnecessary suffering. Now, let's get on to the actual argument of natural evil. So, in your interpretation, then, why do we have natural disasters that cause what I would classify as unnatural or unnecessary natural suffering?
Okay, but you agree that's subjective, right?
Listen, everything's subjective. We design what words mean.
Okay, is that statement subjective? Everything is subjective?
All things that are in the English language are subjective because we've determined what the words mean, which means it is by definition subjective. So I'm asking you, in your worldview, what is the explanation? Aussie, listen, I'm not going to let you dodge every single question. You can cry all you want about not wanting to answer the question, but I will ask you the same question 500 times until you actually answer it. You're not going to be a coward here. Listen, I know you're cowardly. I know you don't have any actually Holy Spirit power because you're a coward. So it's just
your statements challenged. Go ahead and kick me.
It wasn't a statement, asshole. It was a question. I'm asking you, do you have an explanation for natural disasters? It's not a statement. It is a question that you've dodged. Do you have an answer for it?
Okay, so when you say natural disasters are unnecessarily harmful or causing unnecessary harm, I'm asking you, is that objectively true?
It doesn't matter if it's objectively true. I'm asking you, do you believe that there's an explanation for the natural disasters, and do you think they're necessary?
Okay, so do you believe there is objective truth?
I'm asking you the question. You're going to answer it or ask you 100 times till you do. Do you believe that natural disasters are necessary?
You believe truth is objective.
You're not going to reframe every single question I ask you. Do you believe that natural disasters are necessary?
You don't want
Listen, you can be a coward all you want. It's not a statement, it's a question. You're not challenging my statement. You're running from my question. My question was really easy. Do you believe that natural disasters cause unnecessary suffering?
You just don't want your statements challenged?
I want you to answer my questions. You're not challenging my statement. I haven't made a statement yet. You haven't heard it. You haven't made an argument against my statement. You're running from my question. Just answer the question. Do you believe that natural disasters are necessary or unnecessary?
If you are so confident in your position,
I'm confident that you're too cowardly to actually engage in dialogue. So answer the question. Do you believe that natural disasters are necessary or unnecessary?
You have over 600 people listening to you. Why are you not confident?
Way more than 600. I've got about 2,500 people watching this between YouTube and TikTok, and they're watching you desperately avoid answering any question possible. So back at the bar, the question is again, do you believe that natural disasters are necessary?
If you are so confident in your position.
So I'll ask you for the last time since you're too much of a coward. I'm not going to ask you again. Will you answer my question about natural disasters being necessary or unnecessary?
if you are so confident
So
in
you're
your
not.
position.
Okay. Well, thank you for letting us know that you have nothing to offer. You're welcome to come back when you're ready to have an actual adult conversation. It's clear that you're not prepared for that. Shit. How hard would it be just to say yes or no? He's terrified of engaging in the actual dialogue. No idea what's happening. All right, let me grab a couple of super chats, friends, and then we'll move on to our next guest. Kenosi says, God is a man-made concept. I agree. You're focused only on the Abrahamic concept. No, I'm not. In some culture, an animal can be God. There's even an Akon rock God. You have no idea. You haven't been watching my stream at all, Kenosi. I will do literally any anti-God concept. The Abrahamic God is just the most popular, which is why we're endlessly talking about it. Mostly gizzards. Thank you for the super chat. W66 says, I used to be an atheist like you till I took an arrow to the brain. Yeah, you nailed it. And Texas Panhandler, good to see you again, says, Doug's prophecy came true. It always does. It always does. You prophesied that this would happen, and here it is, pretzels. And Brian says, present your evidence. This is embarrassing. You mean Aussie. Aussie, present your evidence. First of all, he wasn't willing to present his evidence. He wasn't willing to answer questions. All he wanted to do was endlessly redirect the conversation into like stupid gotchas, because it's all, listen, pre-suppers have no argument. They have nothing. All they have is like dumb gotchas and avoidance tactics. Chip says the problem today is knowledge is growing exponentially faster than human cognition, and learning structures can't keep. I think you mean can't keep up. Well, that is true. Like they talk about being in the age of information. I think that's an understatement. The amount of information we have available to us is mind-boggling, which is why it's so much fun to learn. Like you never get to the end of it. You never stop learning. It's amazing. And Godless, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the super chat. It says, folks who are deconstructing can always go to Freedom from Religion. I agree, actually. And my friend Josh, you know him as Rock Hard for Doug, just joined the Freedom from Religion Foundation. He's going to be helping people out. And Lord Farquaad, great name, it says, funny how what I used to believe is wrong, morally, factually, scientifically, and even the mythology borrows from others, I was lied to as a child. Yeah, we all were. I think it was in good faith. I don't think they meant to lead us astray, but they certainly did. And Eris, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, so when basketball players are passing the rock around, they are sharing the praise of Doug. That's why basketball is one of Doug's favorite rituals. I agree. That's why they say pass me the rock. It's all about Doug, guys. And the further you look into everything, it's always about Doug. That's the facts of the matter. Doug is the rock solid truth, and there's no way around that. All right, we're gonna get another guest in here in just a second. Give me a second. Half a second. 3/4 of a second. Tyler, thank you for the $10 super chat. Big W says, I feel Doug in this Chili's tonight. If you're that's a quote from I Feel God in this Chili's tonight. But shit, what was that? Was that Talladega Nights? I'm trying to remember where that quote came from. That's a really good one, though. Shit, now I forget where it came from. It's such a good one. Super Sweaty Nerds with us tonight. Good to see you, Sweaty. Says, asking if everything is subjective is objectively true is a disingenuous attempt at question begging. It really is. He was hoping to find some like a really stupid gotcha. He couldn't do it. He just kept doing avoidance tactics rather than engaging in the actual conversation. And Penelope is with us. Good to see you, Penelope. Thank you for the $10. It says, looking forward to the day when con artist apologists have to get a real job instead of spinning yarn and fleecing the sheep. It's funny how he came in really confident as being an apologist, and he left just being a coward. It's funny how that always seems to be the case. And Josh, thank you for the super chat. It says, guest is a coward, doo-doo bird. Yeah, you nailed it. And PJ, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, God's Not Dead movie night when. We should do a God's Not Dead movie and do some apologetics on it, or some anti-apologetics on it. That'd be really good. And Helping Mega says his friend got her revenge. Praise Doug. I think that's what was happening. Somebody was setting him up. How you doing, Woke? Woke?
Good evening. Good evening.
Woke, you're really quiet. Can you get closer to your phone?
Yeah, hold on one second. Okay, is that clear?
That's better, yeah. Yeah, appreciate that. Also, Lady Linux, thank you for the subscription on TikTok. I appreciate that. So, Woke, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes and yes.
Cool. And what God do you believe in?
The God of the Bible.
Cool. And what would be the most convincing evidence or argument for the Bible God being real?
His word.
Sure. And what about the word demonstrates that God is real?
The origins story. I feel like a lot of science proves the origin story of the holy text.
Can you give an example?
So something I've always kind of floated around and haven't really got a good answer for was lunar recession. It kind of destroys the whole evolution scene in theory.
Evolution has nothing to do with the moon. I mean,
Well,
other
hear me
than
out.
our sleep
So,
cycle.
Right. But just so, like, long story short, lunar recession, I mean, based on the math, how it maths out, is if the world was as large, or I'm sorry, as old as it, written in mainstream science, the moon would have, practically been up on the earth, several billions of years ago.
Why?
And that we just don't have the evidence. Well, because the lunar recession, due to lunar recession. Are you familiar with that subject at all?
Yep.
Lenny? Yeah, I mean, like when you work the numbers, like it
Numbers
literally
from
puts
what?
the moon. So with the moon receding away from us, recessing away from us rather, in this status, I mean, we can work the math backwards and see that it was at one point closer than what it, than what mainstream says.
For how long?
I'm not sure. It's like the scenario, or the analogy, the thought experiment goes along as if you walked into a room and saw a candle burning, you really wouldn't know anything other than, that the candle was lit and that it was burning. So like by, reverse engineering and extrapolations, you can deduct and see how fast does the candle burn. But again, that won't answer the question, when was the candle lit? Nor will it answer the question, how tall was the candle? Right. So, I mean, like scenarios like that, dynamics like that kind of, leave an unknown for man to figure out. But when we turn to God's word, it kind of clearly lays it out for us, like the origin
I don't think
stories.
so. I don't think the Bible gets a lot of stuff right.
Yeah. It's God's word. And if you like got an idea of who God is, like how could he really put himself into a book? I think a lot of people just lean on the book too much and they look for everything to come from it.
How much of the Bible is true?
I would say it's all true.
100% of it?
Well, like the last guest said, I mean, there's some things in there that stated that to not be true, right?
Okay, so it's not 100% of it.
Well, but it exposes the untrue parts and the true parts.
Well, if it has untrue parts, then it means it's not all true. That's just definitionally accurate.
Okay.
So I guess I'll start at the beginning. Is the Bible 100% true?
No.
Okay. What percentage true
is
it?
Trustworthy. I would say it's 99% truth and 100% trustworthy.
Oh, really interesting. Do rabbits chew cud, or what about rock badgers? Do they chew cud?
Oh, I haven't looked that one up. I'm not even familiar with that term. And so, there's a lot of translations of the Bible. And right now we're kind of like in a golden era where you can just pick the best translation for you to read and get really good understanding. But I am aware of that scripture. I'm just not familiar with the terms. I haven't looked it up. Haven't had interest to look it up.
The definition of cud is pretty well known in English language. The idiom that we get in Hebrew means to regurgitate or to bring up again, referring to bring up from the stomach. Chewing the cud in the Hebrew Bible just refers to regurgitating your food and chewing it a second time.
Oh, so what's that about?
Well, The
Is it like a
question
sin or something?
no, it's not a sin. In Leviticus 11, it says that rock badgers and rabbits chew their cud, but they don't.
Oh, I mean, I don't know what to say about that. I mean, is that like a unarguable fact? I mean, I'm pretty sure somewhere in the world that it seems very reasonable for an animal to do that.
No, their entire
You know,
biology would have to change. They'd have to change to either a multi-chambered stomach or a fermenting stomach, and neither one of them do that.
and we know that like they've never done that. Like not from a certain region of the world. Like there's not a particular rabbit that does that.
Nope. In fact, rock badgers completely lacked the ability to regurgitate at all.
Is it possible the animal was misdiagnosed,
No.
miscategorized? I mean, I don't. That doesn't make me not even a little bit throw the Bible to the side and say it's all fake or it's all a joke.
Well, I didn't never said
You
it's
know,
all a joke. What I'm saying is I don't think the Bible is good historically. I don't think it's good. For example, in history, right? Adam and Eve theoretically lived 6,000 years ago, but we have human settlements from past 10 and 12,000 years ago that they were already doing farming and agriculture.
yeah, and I think that could be true and not compromise the Bible,
How?
not even a little bit. I think it can be true because the Bible documents, particularly the story of the Hebrew people or the Israelites or the Hebrew Israelites, whatever category they are in. God's chosen people. It's pretty much their story, and I understand like other
Were Adam
cultures
and Eve the
have.
first humans?
I personally, so the Bible, I believe the Bible. I trust the Bible is true, and I believe it. But me
Right, but
personally,
were Adam and Eve
I
first
believe,
humans?
according to the Bible, yes. According to the
Okay.
Bible, yes.
Do you believe that?
I personally believe, according to the Bible, Adam and Eve was the first people of the Hebrews. I don't think
Okay,
they're
so
necessarily
there were
looking
other
at
peoples
the people
before
of
Adam and
all
Eve.
men. I can work with that. It doesn't like take away my faith or anything. It's just I understand this is a story for a particular people by their God.
Well, the problem is the Bible says that they're the parents of all humanity.
Right. It also says after the flood of Noah, like all men had come from, Noah and his sons as well. So
That's right.
it's like we're
So,
kind of like,
mhm.
mhm.
So the Bible can't be
No.
true then.
Well, yeah, it's still true. It can still be true.
Can't
To
be.
say that all humanity comes from Adam and Eve, but to also say that, after the reset, all humanity comes from Noah and his sons. I mean, it's still kind of holding true.
Well, then how in the world did we have human settlements 12,000 years ago?
Well, I believe that those settlements was outside of the area where the Bible was being documented. That will be part of their culture and history. And if their culture and history had a true, living, powerful God, that God would have preserved their word and allowed it to propagate throughout history. A lot of religions have fallen to the wayside, and it's like this one here, for some reason, just kind of keeps on trucking. And like it's really old. It's evolved. Like it's one of the few religions that have literally evolved.
Read Genesis
And
3:20
it's like
for me.
It says the man named his wife Eve because she was the mother of all living.
So there couldn't have been humans before Eve.
I mean, there's a lot to unpackage in Bible scripture. I mean, that word, the mother of all living, I don't know for sure, but it could easily be speaking to like, some spiritual sense, like the mother of all living in spirit.
Right. Words
God,
don't mean words, of course. Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, it's like, because the Bible's been interpreted and translated and interpreted.
How is Eve the
translated
spiritual
over-
mother of all the living?
I don't know. I just kind of pulled that one out. I don't know. I can't really
Yeah.
speak to that verse and make it make sense more than what the words say. It says Eve is the mother of all living. I mean, I still side with that. I agree with that. I mean, and again, moving on beyond her and Adam. I mean, it's like, yeah, I mean, I guess you have to reconcile the fact, yeah, all living came from Eve, started with Eve.
Great. So then we're back at square one, which is if Eve is the mother of all living, then how in the world did we have people living before Eve?
So again, the only way I can reconcile that for me to make sense for me is like, is this again is for the Hebrew Israelites and their people. This is like their story. God writing to them, for them, by them.
It says all living. They're the only people that have been created on the earth.
Oh, I mean, it could have been excluding those other people that were not part of this group of people, right? They could have looked at all other groups of people as dead or not living because they were, not with the spiritual God or whatever the case may be. But there's a lot of that goes on in the Bible. And
why in the world would they not just say these are the parents of the Hebrews? Because like we actually are given the lineage of the Hebrews. We know who they are, and their lineage starts with Ever in the Bible after Adam and Eve. Like the Hebrews don't exist until after Adam and Eve.
Right. That's 100% correct. But the lineage, as far as tracing back to Adam, I mean, I guess you can call those the ancient Hebrews, right? Before they were even dubbed Hebrew or the phrase was coined.
The Hebrews are people who are descendant from Ever.
I understand that, but again, that's I believe that's Noah's grandson, and so we're talking about Noah, who definitely came from Adam and Eve.
But Noah wasn't a Hebrew.
I don't know the exact. Right, because his grandson.
So then Adam and Eve weren't Hebrew.
Are you tracking what I'm saying? Like, I mean, they were considered technically like the ancient Hebrews, right?
They were not.
If Hebrew was the last name. Well, listen to what I'm trying to say. If Hebrew was the last name that
they don't
these
have
people
last
were given,
names.
John Hebrew. Just follow with me here, because I think
this is crazy work.
If Hebrew was their last name, Ever was the one that kind of got the ball in motion, letting everyone know like this is our last name. But that's not disqualifying or excluding his grandparents and great grandparents.
Do you
know what I'm saying? It's like, I mean, no.
Okay, let's imagine, for example, that you're a descendant from Attila the Hun. We're going to call you a Hunnite for now. You're a descendant from Attila the Hun. Were Attila's parents Hunnites?
Yes.
No.
Why not?
Because you can't be born to your son. A Hunnite is somebody who comes from the line of Attila the Hun.
Okay, I see.
This is just how words work.
I mean, here. Well, so this is more of what this is, right? My grandfather played for high school football. My dad played college football. I played college football or semi-pros. My son, he's an NFL athlete. I mean, to say that he doesn't come from a long line of football players is just like ignoring his past.
But a football player is a category. It's a classification of something. We're talking about lineage. We're talking about genealogy. And genealogy isn't retroactive. If you came from Abraham, that means the Abrahamites can't predate Abraham himself.
But if my son gets up and receives a football, a trophy, and like, I come from a long line of football stars.
Football is an activity. Say, hey, it's not a genealogy.
Well, let's make it a genealogy, all right? For the sake
it's
of the
not
argument.
though. They're not the same category. Woke. One is an activity, and one is an actual genealogy. One's a bloodline. This can't be real. I can't be having this conversation with a grown man.
Well, that wasn't nice, but I mean, yeah. I mean,
well,
I don't
come
know
on.
What's difficult.
Just focus up. I'm tired. I don't want to have stupid conversations about how football is the equivalent of a genealogy. They're not the same. They're not the same. Just stay on the level.
You're
Genealogy and football are not
discarding.
the same thing.
Okay, so let's leave that
Okay.
alone, and I
So
accept
somebody
that
who is
you
a
are
Hebrew
discarding.
is somebody of a particular genealogy, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
same lineage.
So you can't be
But
Hebrew if you predate the first Hebrew.
sure.
Okay. Finally, we're on track. Okay. So no, Adam and Eve were not Hebrews because they predate the first Hebrew. So the question is, if all humanity came from Adam and Eve, as the Bible tells us, then certainly it can't be true that people existed before Adam and Eve, which is why you're pretzeling. I'm trying to figure this out, why you're pretzeling on this.
I'm not familiar with that term, but again, I mean, it's like if you don't want to accept that their lineage is Hebrew lineage, right? I mean, again, I believe that this Bible is speaking directly for the Hebrew people and their lineage. So if it says Eve is the the mother of all living, right? I could concede to that is like some poetic way of referencing the mother of this people.
Not the Hebrews, though.
The Hebrews specifically. I mean, not necessarily the world. But I mean,
No,
if it's the
the
world, I
world,
think
the mother
that's
of
what
all
it is.
living. Eve gave birth to what led to Noah, and then Noah and his family populated the entire world, all of them, which means Eve is the mother of all living.
Yep, I have no problems with that. Like that's
Okay.
what the scripture says.
Yes, and the scripture is wrong because there were people living prior to Adam and Eve.
Okay, I mean that's kind of where we're like, I guess not seeing. I mean, I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you, but again, I believe that the Bible doesn't have to be compromised if people are documented to live prior to Adam and Eve. I don't think it compromises the Bible at
It
all.
does.
I think the Bible is the Bible, and that's what pretty much says. Like it wouldn't.
The earth didn't
It's
exist
not.
until just a couple days prior to Adam and Eve. How can you have humans on an earth when the earth didn't even exist?
What are you trying to say?
The earth was created 6 days prior to Adam and Eve.
Okay,
How did humans live on
that's
the
what.
earth 6 days prior to Adam and Eve when the earth didn't exist?
Okay. There's like a lot of theories on that as well. That's like not all the way clear. There's like a gap theory. I'm not like a co-signer to this camp, but it kind of like allows for this to be in the gap theory. There's a explanation that each day that God went in creation was represented by like 1,000 years. So it's not necessarily 1,000 days. It's just or I'm sorry, 7 days is more of 7,000 years. Again, I don't co-sign to that, but it's like, I mean, for people looking for truths and answers, like you can definitely put that one down as like one of the truths if
I
it
don't
makes you, feel good.
I don't think that's a great argument, but I don't think we want to waste a bunch of time on defining the Hebrew word yom. That being said, Dr. Joe, thank you for the hand hearts. Let me ask you a question. Do you think that it's ever okay to, for example, commit genocide?
Absolutely not.
Interesting. Under any circumstances?
I know where you're going with this. The God of the Bible instructs warriors on a few occasions to commit acts of war and collect prisoners of war. So if we just keep that in this context, I think that's like, kind of like a no-brainer.
Well, it's interesting because you initially started by saying, no, there's no good reason for genocide. Now it sounds like there is good reason for genocide.
Well, I'm aware of what's recorded in the Bible. And yeah, I mean, I would have hated to be a part of that time era. Like, man, that's
Okay,
some terrible times. But
so there are occasions where genocide is okay.
it's absolutely necessary. I mean, I think we learned in elementary school that war in most cases are what promotes peace. Like in order to maintain peace, you have to have war.
So
It's like there's a
genocide is
balance.
necessary.
Not genocide, war.
No, genocide. I'm talking about genocide. Genocide's when you get rid of a whole people group.
And so I understand that happened in the Bible, and that was God's way of telling his people, right, how to go about fighting war and battles. Like they regarded God's word
Right.
as
That's why I'm asking
everything.
you to pay attention. I'm asking you, what are the occasions on which genocide is justified?
In the Bible cases, I believe they were all justified.
Just generally speaking, what are the qualifications that makes a genocide necessary?
You got to hear it from God. You have to.
Okay, so genocide's only okay if God tells you.
Only if God lets the people know, like, hey, we got to go and air them out. Like, if that's coming from God, man, it's you better boot up. But I mean,
Woke, I don't know why you can't say yes or no to my questions. They're just yes or no questions. So the occasion by which genocide is acceptable is when God tells you, correct?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Now, if God tells you to do anything, then by definition, the right thing to do is to do that thing.
So yes and no.
Yes,
right?
And
I understand that the Bible. I understand the Bible has stories of things that we just would not be able to do in this current age. So I'm really strong on being able to read the Bible with discernment and with a open heart, like a real honest heart. Like God is not telling anybody to go and make slaves or somebody.
I didn't say he was. I mean, he does do that in the Bible. I'm not saying he's doing it now. Just pay attention. I feel like you're trying to get ahead of my argument and you don't know what my argument is. Every time you try to skip ahead, all you do is waste both of our time because I'm just going to keep redirecting you back to where the argument is. So stop trying to guess where I'm going because you don't know where I'm going.
Okay, let's roll. Let's go.
Cool. Okay. So if God tells you to do something, then it's always the right thing to do it, isn't it?
Yes.
In your worldview, not mine.
Yes. I mean, but I also know God's not telling anybody to do anything.
I didn't say he was. I don't know why you keep trying to jump to that. That's not my argument, Woke. You keep trying to get ahead of my argument. You don't know what my argument is. You're wasting your time and mine. Okay. So we agree that anything God tells you to do, it's always the right thing to do it. Cool. Next question is, if God told you to go to the local orphanage and adopt all the babies and then turn them into baby paste and then, roll them out into strips and dehydrate them into fruit by the foot and use that as your daily snack, would the fruit by the foot baby paste be the right thing to do?
No.
Why? But God told you to do it.
I'm taking that one up with him. God can. He will have.
I didn't ask you if you would do it. I didn't ask you if you would. I asked you if it would be the right thing to do to follow God's orders.
No, I'm not getting into that. No.
It's just a yes or no. Would it be the right thing to do to follow the orders?
No.
So disobeying God, the right thing to do is to disobey God.
In this example and scenario that you provided, absolutely, yes. He's giving me good common sense to know how to protect his creation and not,
But genocide isn't protecting creation.
In the biblical stories, I believe they were. In biblical context, I believe they were.
Oh, is that the case? What about when God killed all the Egyptian firstborn? Who was he protecting?
When God killed the Egyptian firstborn, you're talking about the story of Moses, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what's your question? Was that right?
No, who's he protecting?
Oh, I would have to read. Was he protecting? Do you think he was protecting anybody in that story?
No, I think according to the story, he's just showing off. It's a display of his power.
I disagree. I see God like a chess player, and us down here is like checkers players, and we're just not going to be able to comprehend chess moves when we only play checkers,
If
right? So I mean,
if God was evil, could you know it?
yeah,
How?
yeah, through His absence, right? If you were
You just
praying and
described
calling,
the God of the Bible. He's absent, yeah, and evil.
no, that's not the conclusion I've made or got to. But yeah, if you were praying and you did not hear a word back, nothing came through, nothing. Yeah, I think that's a really bad place to be. But to be able to at least pray on God, to God, even if you're not a praying person, to have a little bit of reservation in your heart for Him, I think that's all that's really needed. I mean, that's really all that's needed in this life, just a little bit of space for Him,
Well, that's
and
not true.
everything else will fall into place.
There are billions of people that die without knowledge of this God that are earnestly seeking this God. And so that's just simply not true. Why does God allow certain diseases like Lesch-Nyhan syndrome?
Well, I mean, so I can answer that with scripture because it says, God creates vessels for honor and vessels for dishonor. Like he's running the show, right? And I mean, some of us are made for dishonor,
So God
and some of us are
created
made.
the baby to have Lesch-Nyhan syndrome, to gouge his own eyeballs out and scratch his face uncontrollably. God made that baby to do that. You don't see how
No, I don't.
horrific that is?
Yeah, I can't say God made the baby do that. The baby has a condition, no?
Yeah, the condition. Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
But God created biology. God created how the world works. God made it so that babies can get this syndrome. Did he have to do that?
Well, so now we're talking about a post-fallen world
Yes or
now,
no? Did
right?
God have to do that?
Yes, in order for His
Why?
word to remain true, in order for Him to remain just and truthful, yes, the fallen world must remain fallen, and which means
I didn't
there's going
ask
to be
about the
things we
fallen
do.
world. I asked about a specific syndrome. Why does God have to make that a reality?
It's a result of the fallen world that we have inherited.
Who has control over the diseases?
Oh, we do.
Wrong. God does. God created biology. God created the way everything was going to function. If God knows the future and he knows biology, he created all things. He knew ahead of time, before the fall, that babies would get this syndrome, didn't he?
Yeah, he knew all. He knew all the good and the bad, and he knew it
Okay.
was really going to get bad after
Could
he
he have
fell.
designed biology so that babies didn't get this syndrome?
I believe he did, but
He
again, that
did not.
wasn't like this wasn't his plan, right? It wasn't in God's
Whoa,
plan
he did
for
not. He
us to
did
live in a
not
fallen
design
world.
babies so that they wouldn't get this condition.
So who designed it then?
He did. God designed human beings in a way in which babies would get Lesch-Nyhan syndrome. Nobody created biology
Yeah,
other than God.
that's a result, right? He made it perfect, but
It's
in a
not a
fallen
result.
world, like we don't have like I mean, people are born blind, which is
Did
terrible. There's a
Adam and
lot of
Eve
bad
create
stuff.
the syndrome?
I believe so. I believe they had
Wrong
all the
again.
genes in them. Whoa, not doing
God
well.
created biology. God made all of this the case. Adam and Eve didn't create anything.
But we also read, okay, so if we read that Eve was the mother of all living, we also read that God created man and woman and he considered them good. He didn't say he made them and they was okay. They was all right. He was like, he made them good. So that tells me that he made them good. Like
Yeah,
there was
and
no
then after
sickness
Adam and
in
Eve
them.
ate the fruit, he changed it. He made it bad. Bertram, thank you for the blooming. So after
No,
they
I don't think
fell,
he
God
changed
changed
anything.
biology.
No, he didn't change anything.
He
It's just we
did.
became independent of God.
Did
And so where at
babies
first we
get
were,
Lesch-Nyhan syndrome before the fall?
No,
Okay,
nothing was
so
wrong before the fall.
could they get it before the fall? Was it possible?
No, in
Okay,
my
which
opinion,
means
no.
after the fall, biology changed, didn't it?
No.
It did. Yeah, you pay attention to what you
It
just
means
said.
after the
You just said
fall.
babies were incapable of getting the syndrome prior to the fall. After the fall, babies were capable of getting the syndrome, which means their biology changed.
No, that does not mean that.
It
If
does.
I was, if I contracted diabetes, and now I have to, you know, watch my blood sugar, and I don't watch my blood sugar and get my pinky toe cut off, it's not that, you know, the diabetes necessarily took my toe. It was me not paying attention to my blood sugars, which
Well,
took
I
my
need
toe.
you to pay attention. You're not having
You
the
don't
same
like that.
conversation I'm having. I want you to
You don't
stay
like
on
that.
topic. This is the argument. I'll just lay it out for you because I don't think you're following. Before the fall, there was theoretically no diseases. After the fall, there were diseases. That means something changed in the biology and the design of the world and the human body. Do you agree?
I do not agree to that.
Then
No,
why was it impossible for it to happen prior to the fall?
because everything was perfect.
That doesn't answer the question. Why was it impossible?
Oh, perfect nutrition.
That doesn't answer the
Nutrition
question.
was,
I'm talking about diseases. Why was it
yeah,
impossible for diseases to happen prior to the fall?
because living with God, Adam and Eve had knowledge of how to take care of themselves, and He took care of themselves as well. Now, I mean, oh, I'm sorry, before the fall. After the fall, God's no longer taking care of them. They don't even have access to
Okay.
the fresh fruits and
Listen,
vegetables.
I don't care what bullshit biology you think is happening here. We can run with that answer. It's a poor answer, but we're going to run with it. You still end up with the same
Yeah,
result. The result is after Adam and Eve sinned, God did something that resulted in human beings getting these diseases. It's
again,
God's
man
doing.
did something.
No. God did
No,
it.
it's not. No, man couldn't. They didn't
Yes.
have access to fresh fruits and vegetables anymore.
Yeah, they literally do. We have access to fresh fruits and vegetables as we speak.
No, I'm saying Adam and Eve. They lost the garden. They lost all organic meals.
That is
They
literally
lost
not
everything.
true.
They did. They got kicked out.
You're wrong. Genesis 3 literally states that they're going to eat from the produce of the ground.
Yeah,
That's
they have to
that's
make
fresh
it
fruits and
themselves. They have to
vegetable.
grow. They have to grow it
It
themselves.
doesn't
You
matter
know,
if they
they
have
were
to
in the
grow it
garden with
themselves. It's still
soil
organic.
quality in the garden.
They're not putting
But soil
chemicals on
quality.
it. They're not putting Roundup on this. They're
No,
growing fruits and vegetables the old-fashioned way.
soil in
This
the
this
garden was top
crazy.
quality.
All right,
It was organic in the
listen,
garden.
woke. This conversation is too far above your pay grade. Let's try something simpler. After the fall, we got natural disasters. Prior to the fall, there were none, right?
Right.
Okay. Why did God create natural disasters after the fall?
I mean, how do we get there? Are we jumping to a conclusion that God created natural disasters?
We know he did. Nobody has control over the way the world behaves. Like no one created weather other than God. God created the way the earth behaves.
So I have to believe that God controls the weather and
The
natural
Bible literally
disasters.
says God controls the weather.
Okay, I could dig that.
Natural disasters, in your worldview, are a result of the fall of mankind. Do you agree?
Yes,
Okay. Did God have to make that the case?
I think so. I mean, I'm
Why?
pretty sure he did. I mean, because again, paradise was perfect, and
No, that doesn't answer
we
my
were
question. My question is why? Why did God have to make natural disasters?
so to give us a reminder of His power, and that, I mean,
God has to
we can
randomly kill
justify that.
100,000 people a year to remind us of his power?
That's what does natural disasters kill 100,000 people every year?
On
Is that
average,
what
you have to average it out. Sometimes more, sometimes less. But it also it inflicts untold amounts of suffering, even on people who don't die. You know, people get caught up in natural disasters and live through it. Like they lose limbs, but they live through it.
Yeah, it's literally the result of a fallen world. Like, I
No,
mean,
it's
even
not.
the pain they experience in those natural
Yeah,
disasters.
Payne, thank you for the galaxy. So you're not tracking the conversation at all. So I'm just gonna tell you the argument, okay? The argument is that God causes unnecessary suffering, therefore he's not all good, therefore he's bullshit. Natural disasters are not necessary for anything. They are definitionally unnecessary. So because God causes the unnecessary suffering brought by natural disasters, either one of two things is true. The God isn't all good, or the God doesn't exist, or he's not all powerful, or maybe he's not all knowing, but he can't be all three of the omni properties. Do you track?
Yeah. I mean, you don't see natural disasters as an opportunity for you as a good person to step up and help somebody in need of,
No.
No?
No. How do you help the person that had a building collapse on them?
I mean, like there's all these, what do they call them? Non-governmental organizations. You donate, you send water.
How do you help somebody that died in a collapsing building?
You donate to the cause, right?
No, they're dead. How do you help the person that got crushed in the building?
If that person belonged to a church, you receive help from their church. I mean,
no, they're
to that
dead.
Church,
how do you help the dead person that was crushed in the collapsing building?
With their funeral arrangements. I mean, what are you talking about?
Bro,
what do you mean?
They're dead. You're not helping them. They're gone.
You're helping their family.
This is crazy. I didn't ask about their family.
There's nothing you can physically do to somebody who's under a building. That's
right. Yeah, you can't physically help a person who's dead under a collapsing building. That's literally the entire point. So can you learn to help humanity without collapsing buildings and natural disasters?
I don't know, man.
Yes, the answer is yes. I've learned to help people. I've learned to help people without natural disasters. I never needed a tornado to go through Missouri to know that it's good to help people.
I don't know, man. I think it's a real opportunity for us to like step up to the plate. I mean, for natural disasters, you don't need one. But I mean, when one happens, if you feel like God is doing something wrong to your fellow brethren, it's definitely up to you to do something about it. Like since God won't do something, I will, right? That's kind of the point.
You just conceded the point, which is that God doesn't need natural disasters. Whatever God wants to teach you, he can teach it to you without the natural disasters, correct?
That's correct, but some people need a disaster.
Then definitionally speaking, the disasters are not necessary.
Oh, no, I would say they're necessary because not everybody just gets up and does it on their own. Some people need it to be right next door.
No, they don't need it.
I disagree.
Well,
Some people need
no, they don't.
A disaster.
And also, is it worth killing someone to teach another person a lesson?
What's up, Ems? I didn't even see you join up. Hold on, let me move my. I rearranged my screens, and let me open up this box real quick. Hold on. There we go. Now I can see you. So,
you shouldn't have to unalive someone. Like if you had two kids, you wouldn't cut off the limb of one of your kids so that the other kid goes and helps him to walk.
I'm sorry, is that it? I'm not hearing
it's a
that
statement.
voice.
What do you think about? Oh, wait.
M said you wouldn't cut off one of the limbs. Oh, who's getting a phone call? M says you wouldn't cut off one of the limbs of your children to help your other child.
To learn to help his brother.
Right.
Hold on, but that's an extreme case. Now there are cases, plenty of cases where parents,
it's what's God is doing.
Brothers donate kidneys to one another.
It's exactly a direct analogy. Would you cut off the arm of one of your children to teach your other children a lesson?
To teach a lesson? No, I wouldn't. No, not at all.
But they need to learn how to help their brother.
Nah, that's not. I'm not God.
Well, you finally figured it out. Okay, so if you're not willing to do it, that means it's not a good idea. Which means it's not a good idea when God does it. Now you're just special pleading.
No, I mean that's bringing God down to my level. I mean, He made the earth in 6 days. I can't. So I mean, I'm definitely not about to do anything that involves another person's life. When I mean, that's truly God's realm. He deals with the life. He deals with all that. He deals with punishment, discipline. I don't have to do anything
Do
to
you think it's
anybody.
ever okay to punish the wife of a husband for the sins of the husband?
Punish the wife of the husband for the sins of the husband.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's not fair.
Ever?
I mean, I don't know everything. I'm sure somebody's got a caveat out there, but I can't. Enlighten me, surprise me.
If I sleep with your wife and commit adultery, would it be okay as payback for you to sleep with mine?
Well, so now the Bible says that. It says do not do that because there's no amount of money you can put in that man's hand to quench his wrath on you, right? So, I mean, brothers, be wise out there. Don't mess around nobody's wife. But me personally, how I feel, I'm like from the old school. If she chose you, she chose you. Like she chose who she. That's what women do anyways. They just
But
choose who
you're
they want
really
to.
struggling to pay attention to the questions. I'll just ask the same question. If I committed adultery with your wife, would it be acceptable as payback for you to do it with my wife? It's just a yes or no.
Oh, that's like an eye for an eye
That's
kind of
literally what I'm
thing. I
asking you.
mean,
Yes, is it acceptable?
yeah. That's not how I live. I don't
Yes
want to
or
live like that.
no. That's all I need.
According to the Bible, yes.
Okay, so it is acceptable
But that's
according to the
according to the
Bible.
Old Testament. According to the Old Testament. Now Jesus, he came and said, "Don't
But
do that."
buddy,
He
why
said,
do you
"Nah."
keep telling stories? No one cares. Just answer the
Okay,
questions.
I'm gonna stick with Jesus' side then and say no. It's
Okay,
not okay.
so it's
Like
not okay. Is it
don't
okay
do
if
eye for
God
eye.
does it?
Not okay. Yes,
Okay, so why is it okay when God does it, but not okay when you do it?
because that's God. I'm not
So what?
God.
Don't you believe in objective
That, but
morals?
that's like me trying to run a red light, saying, "Well, the
Do
police
you
get to do
believe in
it."
objective morals?
Can you define that for me? I don't want to speak out of ignorance.
Objective morals just means that it's either right or wrong, no matter what we think about it.
I understand. Yes, there's some objective morals. I understand there's some gray areas too. But yeah, I try to live in the black and white.
Okay. So is there ever an occasion, no matter who's doing it, including God, where it would be acceptable to have some women raped because their husband committed a crime?
No,
Never, not even for God.
no,
Have
no. I
you
mean,
read 2 Samuel 12?
understand we're reducing God to a person, but I
I
mean,
mean, according to your
yeah,
view, he's three persons. So a person is an irrelevant topic. So you want to read 2 Samuel 12 with me?
sure.
Okay. I'm going to put it on the screen. 1 second. Where's my browser at? Okay. So this is the punishment given to David when he committed adultery with Bathsheba and knocked her up, so on and so forth. Thus saith the Lord, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor. He shall lie with your wives in broad daylight, for you did it secretly, but I will do this thing before all Israel in broad daylight. So God is suggesting he's going to have, as punishment for what David did, he's going to have 10 of David's wives,
Yeah, that's tough, man. That's real tough. He should have obeyed,
but the wives
and
didn't
it's a
have anything to
beautiful
do with
story.
it.
Say, did you say it is tough
That's
that
what I
women
heard.
got raped?
Yeah, that's tough. What did you say after that?
I'd hate to be married to this guy. If somebody raped your wife, would you say, oh, darn, that's tough?
No, grape is terrible. Like, period.
Then why is it okay when God
Period.
does
I'm
it?
all for it. Did I miss how God did it?
Yeah, he says, I will do this thing.
He said, "I will."
Yeah, I will take your wives before your eyes. I will raise up trouble against you.
Those were so okay. Let me explain. Let me qualify some or clarify some information here. This is David getting punished. He's being punished
But
by God for what he did. Which
did David
a
get
very
raped?
terrible thing. He lost his son
But
and
did
his
David get
wives. I
raped?
mean, goodness gracious. No, would that be like
Okay.
equal punishment? Would that be satisfying? Yeah, I mean, I
I
don't see
don't.
how that is even
Why is it
sufficient.
okay for the women to get raped when they didn't commit the sin?
Did it say that God took them to be raped?
Yeah,
I don't
it
read
happens
that.
in chapter 16. Absalom storms the palace trying to take over his father's throne and takes 10 of his concubines on the advice of his former advisor to the top of the palace and sleeps with them in front of all Israel as a display of force over his father.
So he took 10 of his wives. I'm a little vague on the story. I do remember, but I just don't recall it going down that way. Absalom took 10 of David's wives and raped them all?
Yeah, on top of the palace in front of broad daylight to demonstrate that he's in charge.
That don't sound like grape to me. That sounds like a party.
No, that sounds like grape.
It was on the top of a house?
On top of the palace as a show of force after he chased his father out of his own palace. He came in with an army, chased out his father, took the throne, and then took 10 of his wives and slept with them on top of the palace as a display of force over his father in front of all the Israelites. That's not a party. That's a coup.
And the women, they went along with it? Like they went to the top of the palace and participated?
They
Or
were
they
captured.
They were captured.
They were taken.
They were taken and forcefully raped on top of the palace.
Do you think they consented to sleeping with their own stepchild on top of the palace in front of all the Israelites? Do you think David's wives consented to that? I think Absalom just walked into the palace and 10 of David's wives were like, oh, I'm married to the king, but let me go up on top of the palace and commit adultery, a crime worthy of death, according to Deuteronomy 22. Let's go to the top of the palace and willfully commit adultery with my own stepchild. You think that's what happened?
In front of the whole
No,
country.
I do.
In front of the whole country.
That's tough. Yeah,
That's some
that's
some
tough.
victim blaming bullshit. What were they wearing, Ems? Did they have it coming?
He literally said that he should have obeyed God if he didn't want that to happen. He literally said that like 2 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have anything to add to that because that's just terrible. I'm
I know
familiar
it's
with
terrible.
the story. I just never really got that out of that. And
how do you not get it out? It says it. How do you think this is consensual?
I never interpreted it that way, and that's what I'm saying. Like I never interpreted it like
Do you have reading comprehension? Do you think that when Absalom stormed the palace, he came in there lovingly, or do you think he came in there with an army and a sword?
Well, considering the relationship, it always came off to me. I always interpreted that there was like this is the son, like he said, flexing on his dad. He's like he's mad. This is more than this is more than just a father-son. This is more than a father-son rivalry. This is like kings fighting.
Yeah, it's a coup.
Yeah, it's really bad. That's tough. I mean, I don't have anything to say to that, bro. Like I really don't. I mean, that's just. I don't think that's like a order of God. Like God is orchestrating great, right? I don't think that is what's happening here.
But that's what it says.
Yeah, I definitely do. I'm gonna do a deep dive on that. I'm gonna dive deep on that, and I hope I bump into you again so I can like put you up on some game with this one because it's just not what you're interpreting. Like you can't.
It certainly is.
You can't be.
God says, "I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, And I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor. He will lie with your wives in broad daylight. God is saying, I'm doing it. I'm causing it to happen. Whatever happened to those women was God's causing. Remember, this is a punishment for David. God is causing it to happen.
Yep. I get it. That it doesn't look good.
I know
That
it doesn't look
good
good.
at all. But I guarantee you, the next time we bump into each other, I'm gonna have some good information for you, and it's gonna clarify that for you.
I'm willing to
But
bet
yeah,
you're not.
this was. I've been knocking down atheists for a few weeks now, and it's
I
really
watched you get
interesting.
crushed on a dozen lives before this one.
I doubt it very much.
In fact, just like a week ago, I saw you get absolutely roasted in Thinkers Live on the slavery topic. I don't think you're as good as you think you are.
The slavery topic is real sensitive for Black folks. So I mean, it's nothing that I can really speak to on that. But I mean, the Bible is true, is right. I mean, if you side with it, you know you're gonna always be right. It's just a matter of you don't have to have all the knowledge now. And I don't come before you today as I have all knowledge. I'm learning. I'm definitely learning that I'm not a deconstructing Christian, because it seems like the deconstructing Christians have just created another set of Christianity.
It's weird because when I saw you on Thinkers Live, you started on the panel by saying you're deconstructing. It's almost like you're telling her. It's almost like you're just up here lying.
I thought I wanted to, but it's like really tough out there. These deconstructing communities.
These guys can't be honest.
Anger and sadness. So yeah, I'm definitely happy that I'm no longer deconstructing. I'm just staying on the side that I'm on.
Yeah, I think you're unable to be honest. I think you're out here just trying to have conversations dishonestly, which is why you were trying to tell me that these poor women consented. But listen, stay woke. Read up on the passage and bring your apologetic with you next time, and then we'll talk about it a second time.
Be looking forward to it.
All right. Cheers, man. Mm-hmm. Ems, buddy, welcome. I didn't even see you come in. I'm so sorry. If I saw you in the guest box, I would have brought you up.
It's I was like, I think that the Christians and the Muslims, like when they read their book, they turn off the comprehension part of their brain off. They just read the words and mouth it out, but they do not understand what they're reading.
Yeah, it's true. They're used to reading it for reading's sake, but they're not really reading it for comprehension's sake. But let me grab a couple super chats, guys, and then we'll get our next guest into the guest box. Hillbear, thank you so much for the $1 super thanks. And Adam Brown says, you have more patience than me to speak with these people who only want to debate semantics. Praise Doug. You nailed it. It is. It's really a game of semantics all the time. And it is weary, drives me up the wall. It's a little bit wearisome. Also, a Carnage Asana, thank you for the $2 super thanks. And LA Silver Surfer with us. Thank you so much, LA Silver Surfer, for the $4.99 super hype. And ZM, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, the caller's comments tonight are definitely getting to me. I'm so sick of people defending horrible things. I don't know how you do this so frequently. Take care. ZM, sometimes it does get under my skin and I want to strangle somebody. I'm a little bit tired tonight, so I may not be as patient with some people. But I had a really long week. I'm going to get some sleep tonight, though, and maybe I'll be fresh for Friday. But you're right. Some of these apologists are frustrating. Grim, thank you for the 666W Nero. It says, Adam and Eve lost access to fresh fruit and vegetables. He literally said that. They only had processed foods. This is a level of dumb that caused me unnecessary suffering. I love that, Grim. Yes, we all unnecessarily suffered with the stupidity of that last conversation. And Grim says the caller was a football player. Please hurry up with the concussion protocol. He should have been on a list a long time ago. You can't convince me that he's not concussed. And Grim, again, thank you so much for the 666. Says this caller is driving me to drink. What pairs best with stupid? I think the thing that pairs best with stupid is Kraken. And as it turns out, I've got a bottle of Kraken with me, and I think we're going to do some partaking after that last guest. Dennis, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, I've said it before, I'll say it again. Best show on TV. Well, thank you so much, Dennis. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you for supporting. Thank you for watching. Share it with all your friends and family.
And also, he's not on TV yet.
Not yet. Not yet. One day, I hope to be on TV. We'll see. I haven't made it there yet, but I think the internet is almost the new TV. We'll see. Jammin says, Woke's football career really helped prep his brain. Yeah, you really nailed it. They really should have put him on protocol a while ago. And Jake, again, good to see you. Jake with the $10 super chat says, Stay Woke was a football player, so perhaps he suffers from CTE, cognitive theological entrapment. I love that. Cognitive theological entrapment. I think that's the perfect description. And Jake always coming in with amazing jokes and amazing wordplay. Definitely love it. Also, if you're not already following Exodus Brothers on your favorite podcast or on YouTube, make sure you do. That's Jake's channel, and he's doing like leaving cult material. It's really good stuff. All right, I've got a couple super chats still yet, and then we'll get our next one in here. Solar says, I hate Phil Bros so much. What a massive pain in the ass. I know. The Phil Bros are endless burden shifters. That's all they can really do is burden shift, burden shift, burden shift. They don't actually have an argument. And Jim Nessie says, Aussie has never been touched, so chose apologetics. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I don't know if Ems was here for Aussie. He was before the prior guest. He was a really obnoxious Phil Bro that just wanted to endlessly burden shift and complain about definitions.
I did remember what I came up to say. You were talking with him about diseases and how he was saying that diseases happen because of the fall of man. So, like, I'm not sure if you are like familiar with this, but you do know that a lot of different types of cancers are caused by viruses, viral infections. So you could have a virus, which is again a microorganism per se, outside of your body, infecting your body, causing your cells to develop cancer. So again, you would have to say that these specific viruses came into existence after the fall of man.
Yeah. And we know for sure that there are some animal species that are like not immune, but pretty damn near immune to most cancers. So like God could have done it.
The viruses I mentioned are human specific.
Yeah.
Like the human papillomavirus and hepatitis B and hepatitis C and some specific types of viruses that cause human specific leukemia. They do not affect animals.
1,000,000%. I'm totally with you. We need to bring this up with the next one. Bearded Heretic, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, I would love for a single theist argument to give me pause. The fact that none of them can agree on a cohesive viewpoint and show any demonstrable evidence just serves to reassure me even more. So that's a really good point, Bearded. Like, I think when people first started getting into the debate spaces, they think, oh, I'm curious what argument the Christians are going to bring. And then they never bring anything good. Even when I was a Christian, I was like, these are not good arguments. Why are they doing this? Bryce, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says the moon is the result of a collision between Earth and a celestial body 4.5 billion years ago. So technically the moon was touching the Earth, then gravity took over, nothing to do with evolution. Yeah, that's my understanding. Plus, it only moves like an inch and a half a year or some small stupid number, right? So like that's not much, guys. An inch and a half per year is not. I know it adds up. I get it, but I don't think that's a great argument. But anyways, that's all he had. What are you gonna do? Bryce says, if the Bible's not 100% true, then what grounds your belief in any God? Believe that any God wrote it. Why accept a book that has known lies on faith? I should have asked that question. I didn't get around to it, but that's the right question. If it says things that are untrue, why should you trust any of it? Because if it's from God, it shouldn't say anything that's false. And Carlos is with us tonight. Good to see you, Carlos. Thank you for the $10 or the 10 subbies that you sent out. Big W. Thank you for that. Very generous. And Kevin, thank you for the $10 super chat. Kevin says, thank you for what you do. Well, thank you for supporting the work. I appreciate that, Kevin. And Ford, thank you for the super chat. It says, religions change all the time. Religions that can't change, like Christian Science, die out. The caller should look into syncretism. Yes, precisely. Syncretism is the reason why religions stay, is because they're flexible. The ones that are completely inflexible eventually die out or turn into death cults. AR, thank you for the super chat. Aussie fled to apologists' great refuge. Semantics. You're right. That's all they have are semantics. That's it. And Rosen Rockinant, Rockin' Auntie. I hope I said that right. Granddad got his good looks from me. Yes, we're into the genealogy conversation. That's actually really on point. And Mike says somebody said no one could be worse than Aussie, and Stay Woke said, "Hold my beer." Yeah, I think it is. At least he was more palatable to talk to, even if he was kind of slow, meandering, and wouldn't answer questions. Johanna, though, thank you for the super chat, says, Justin, is the Bible true? Christians, yes. Justin, is the Bible 100% true? Well, not 100%. Justin, what is not true? Caller, hey man, how should I know? I didn't read the book. You're right. That is every conversation. And XJW, thank you for the $2 super heart. There we go. I appreciate that. And Sands Barks with us tonight. Good to see you, Sands. It says, which of Noah's sons populated the Americas, Asia, West Mifflin, PA? I mean, we don't know. You got to go to the Mormons for that. They're the ones with that answer. So the Mormons got that one right. And Sailor says his name is Stay Woke, but he follows a dead Messiah. Yeah, definitely not woke. Not even close. And PS says he just said some people were created for wrath. Yeah, he must be a Calvinist. We didn't get to dive deep into that, but that's a horrific theology. And Kevin, thank you for the $5 super chat, says if God was real, he's evil AF. I mean, why would he create it where children have leukemia, just cancer itself? Man made up God, Bible for control. I'm with you. In the beginning, man made God, not God made man. That's the correct order of events. And Johanna, thank you again, says this caller thinks God wants you to make a little bit of space for him. Is he serious? As far as I can tell, God wants to usurp every part of your mental and physical being. That's such a good point, because when I was a Christian, we were told that we have to give up everything. We have to die to ourselves and live with Christ in us. The idea is that you give up everything. Why would God need that? Does he not already have all things? Crazy. Thank you for the 99 super thanks, Bostonice. And Johanna following up again says, I hereby renounce Eve as a distant family member of mine. I would hate to think that I'm related to one person who wrecked women's lives for all eternity. And according to Paul in Timothy, that's what happened. Eve is the reason why you can only be saved through childbearing. And Boop and Boom says the fall, God's drop down menu, a time out B talking to, the fall, God's drop down menu. And then the menu is A, time out, B, talking to, C, just forgive, D, fucking natural disasters. He went with D. That's what he went to. The drop down menu went straight to D. And Johanna again says God's motto, do as I say, not as I do. Yes, that's exactly God's motto. God doesn't care about consistency. He just says, I'm going to do it. You can't do it. I can do it. And Johanna, thank you for the super chat again. He says, were women so different in the days of the Bible that they just loved getting raped? According to Christians, yeah. And according to Christians, it's okay because they're basically property. Sayla says, a Christian lying, unheard of. Yeah, they would never do that, right? They're only embezzling millions of dollars from their followers. Solar says, Jesus got crucified. That's tough. Should have obeyed the Romans. That's such a good point. That's such a good point. All Jesus had to do was obey. But of course he couldn't. It was predestined that he would, die and never come back. Dusty, thank you for the $20 super chat. Big W, I appreciate that. It says, is 3 the same as 7? This guy, that's tough. I almost went to that contradiction with him, and we didn't get there. Let me grab 3 more super chats, guys. Sarah says, that guy was a tool bag. I agree with you. He wasn't just a tool. He was a tool bag, but he's going to come back and cook me with a future apologist argument. Oh, Sarah, thank you for the $2 super thanks. And Zach, thank you so much for the $9.99 for CTE, say cranial theological emptiness. That's another great play on words. I like that one a lot. Thank you so much, guys. And thank you so much for all the gifts on TikTok. I really do appreciate that. I see AK's with us, and Crispin, and Liz, Steampunks, La Paquette sending hand arts. Thank you so much, La Paquette. And also Miss Michelle and Bertram. Dr. Joe. Guys, thank you so much for supporting me on TikTok and on YouTube and for supporting the work. If you're not following Ems, make sure you do. Ems is also doing great work out here. And I've had some people waiting on the YouTube queue. I'm going to try to pull them in because they've been waiting for quite a while, and we'll keep the conversations moving forward. It looks like AG Wolf is next. How you doing, AG Wolf? Hopefully Wolf didn't fall asleep on us. Wolf? I think Wolf is out to lunch. Hello, Wolf? Not so much? Oh, all right. Well, I think Wolf fell asleep on us. I see some people that are ready to rock. Looks like Michael's next. How you doing, Michael?
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Pretty well, pretty well. Thank you for having me on again.
Sure thing. Michael, what did we talk about last time?
Let's see if I can recall. It's been a minute. Proof of Jesus. We talked about Isaiah, prophecies in the New Testament, moral subjectivity versus objectivity. Yeah, that's from what I can recall there. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, what's on your mind tonight?
Well, you did challenge me to read through some verses to look through the Old Testament prophecies, and one of the ones that I feel like a good argument that you really put on me that I was focused on, I didn't have time to look through everyone, was Isaiah 53.
Sure.
You made a good counter argument saying that Isaiah, the servant that they're talking about, refers to the nation of Israel specifically, as you talked about earlier in Isaiah. And reading through it, I think I have sort of an answer to that. Reading through it, the servant in Isaiah talks about that their suffering will basically be the salvation of nations, if I'm looking at this right. But from the logical standpoint, I was thinking about that. That would mean that, in a way, the people that persecute, if Israel was the servant in this psalm in 53, then that would mean that the people, by persecuting Israel, would be justified, which doesn't seem very logical, if that makes sense.
So there's some struggling there under what's happening with the suffering servant. So we have this situation happening where God says at the beginning of the section in chapter 40, he says it's time for Israel to leave their time in Babylon because their service has now been paid, right? Their sins have, they've paid for their sins now. And it says they've actually received double for their sins, right? So they received the payment for their sins and then extra, right? And so the question we have to ask ourselves is, why would that be the case? Why would God give them double for their sins? And he explains between chapter 40 and chapter 59 on multiple occasions that he's doing it so that when the nations see the nation of Israel being vindicated, that they'll be so astonished that this is happening that they'll recognize that Yahweh is the one true God. In fact, Isaiah 62 says, the nations will see your vindication and all the kings your glory. No more will you be termed forsaken. And then Micah 7:16 says something similar about roughly the same event. It says, the nations will see and be ashamed of their might. They will lay their hands on their mouth and their ears will become deaf. So there's this idea carrying throughout not just Isaiah, but the other prophets, that after the Babylonian exile, God's going to come in with a mighty and outstretched arm and demonstrate to everybody who's the real God, just like he did with the Exodus. Because with the Exodus, what did he do? He says, I'm going to send all these plagues. It's going to be a huge display. And then I'm going to, I'll be casting judgment on all the gods of Egypt, and everyone will know that I am the Lord. And so the Exodus from Babylon is supposed to be similar to the Exodus of Egypt.
Right.
Sorry, that was a long-winded answer.
No, that makes sense. That's an interesting counter. I'd give you that.
Let me suggest one thing, though. So on the idea of like, shoot, is the servant the nation of Israel, or is it an individual? Here's why I think here's the symmetry breaker, okay? So if it's about an individual, then it just contradicts all the other prophecies about the Messiah. They just contradict. If it's about the nation of Israel, it actually matches all the other prophecies about the nation of Israel. We've got dozens of prophecies about Israel stating that God's going to completely restore them, and then all the nations are going to flock to Yahweh because they're so amazed. Like Zechariah chapter 8 says that 10 people from every nation and every tongue will grab hold of the sleeve of a Jew and ask to go with them because they have heard that God is with them. So this is kind of the idea, is that God is doing something so amazing that all of the nations will just be like, holy shit, did you see what God did?
Fair enough.
But that's also why I can't be Jewish. That's one of the reasons, is because I don't think these prophecies came true.
Well, I mean, in a way, the nation of Israel did come back from our own doing. I guess you could argue if that's self-fulfillment or not. With our own will bringing that back into being over that divine providence with Israel coming back into existence.
Right. Look, I don't think we got around to some of the actual messianic prophecies when we chatted last time.
Mm.
We were I think we were talking about some of the ones that were listed in the New Testament, but there's a couple that might be really interesting for you. We can go, let's do Ezekiel 37.
Ezekiel.
So to me, when I'm looking, like, the definition of a messianic prophecy is a little bit vague, but to me, I would say any prophecy that talks about the final Davidic king would be concerned. That'd be a messianic prophecy. Messiah just means anointed one, like a king.
Mm.
So if you go to Ezekiel 37, go to 24. Ezekiel refers to the Messiah in two different ways. He refers to him as David, and he also refers to him as a prince and also a king. So in 24, it says, my servant David will be king over them. They will have one shepherd. They shall follow my ordinances and be careful to observe my statutes. They shall live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob, in which your ancestors lived. They and their children and their children's children shall live there forever, and my servant David will be their prince forever. Now, one of the big issues that we have in Ezekiel 37 is this seems to be a prediction for what's going to happen after the Babylonian exile. Because if you go to the beginning of the chapter, Ezekiel is prophesying about post-Babylon, right? So he gives the vision of the dry bones, the valley of the dry bones, right? And then in verse 11, he says, mortal, these bones are the whole house of Israel. They say, our bones are dried up and our hope is lost. We are cut off completely because they've been cut off from their land. Therefore prophesy and say to them, so on and so forth, right? So it seems to me that Ezekiel was under the understanding that after the Babylonian exile, we would have this Davidic kingdom again, and it would never end. And then it just didn't happen.
Yeah, and I think that's also one of the main reasons as well in the New Testament. The Pharisees were also against Jesus, is because they were expecting a military kingdom like it was described in Ezekiel, but I believe the perspective is it brought about a different type of kingdom, and that's a lot of the conflict they had with Jesus actually in the New Testament as well.
Yeah,
if I'm not mistaken.
I don't think you're wrong. I think there's kind of two different voices in the Gospels in terms of what they thought Jesus was supposed to do. And I think one of the chapters that is helpful for kind of elucidating this is Luke chapter 1. So go to Luke chapter 1 and go to 33. There's a prophecy about Jesus. So we're in the infancy territory, right? And he says, he will be great, in 32, he will be great and he will be called the Son of the Most High, and the Lord God will give to him the throne of his ancestor David, and he will reign over the house of Jacob forever, and of his kingdom there will be no end. So this sounds like a physical kingdom. He's going to get the throne of King David, And if you had any question about whether this was a spiritual or a physical throne, he kind of clears it up in like 72. So later down in verse 60 or 70, yeah, if we start in 68, blessed be the Lord God of Israel, for he has looked favorably upon his people and has redeemed them. He has raised up a mighty Savior for us in the house of his child David, as he spoke through the mouth of his holy prophets of old. So the question is, what did they say, right? Well, it says that we would be saved from our enemies and the hand of all who hate us. So even like in Luke is kind of paraphrasing Jeremiah 23 and Jeremiah 33. And Luke is saying, listen, the prophecy said that we would be saved from the hands of our enemies. And so my interpretation is that Luke, or whoever wrote Luke, understood the prophecies the same way that the Jews did, and the same way I do. It's just that he was assuming Jesus would come back and do it like soon.
Right. Right. That makes sense. And I believe that actually plays into it, that the current theological consensus is that Jesus will come back, but this time with a sword.
Right.
Describing it. Yeah.
100%. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So, and the question I would have is, it seems to be that what's happening is like all of the actual messianic parts of the prophecies, like the stuff that makes you the real Messiah, all of those things get pushed to the second coming. The stuff that he did when he was here is like really generic stuff that anybody could have done, like dying. I mean, I don't believe there's a messianic prophecy about dying, but theoretically that's the main thing he did when he was here. But like anyone could do that, really. That's not really all that special, right? So like,
well, I guess it would be the special thing was that he came back, apparently.
Right, but
yeah,
this is where it gets sticky, right? Is because theoretically, we would expect to see a prophecy about the Messiah dying, rising, and then coming back thousands of years later. But none of the prophecies really read like that. It doesn't read that the Messiah is going to die and then come back many years later. It just reads that the Messiah is going to come. So you have to kind of invent two different comings when there's not really two different comings in the text.
Right. Okay.
And it seems like the reason why you need two comings is because like the legitimate stuff just didn't happen.
Well, what do you mean the legitimate stuff didn't happen? You mean like in terms of the prophecies or what Jesus did? I suppose. Right.
Yeah. The stuff that you could test that would make you a bona fide Messiah doesn't seem to happen. Like, I think we can boil down, there needs to be two criteria. One, need to be an actual king. I think that's explicit in the text. Number two is, I think you actually need to enact world peace. Like everybody has to be at peace. These two are so firmly rooted in the Old Testament prophecies that the Jews, even today, have a slogan. It's a two-part slogan. Sometimes they say one part, sometimes they say both. But they'll say, no peace, no Messiah. Or they'll say, no king, no Messiah. It's this general idea that like anyone who's really familiar with the Hebrew Bible knows that the two main things the Messiah is supposed to do is bring peace and to be a king.
Well, I guess you could say he did become king of the spiritual world, in a way. Christ's kingdom, God's kingdom.
Right. Yes, that's what the New Testament is trying to say, right? So Luke says,
yeah, that's the lens it takes it for, is the kingdom of God. Essentially, he's now the king of this new kingdom, which in a way is the church, and that's its kingdom on earth, and of course to enact a new kingdom when he comes back.
Yeah. I mean that's basically it, right? The general idea is that it's not a literal kingdom; it's a spiritual kingdom.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But that gets really muddy to me because it seems to me from the Hebrew Bible that when it talks about like spiritual matters, it's not referring to like the immaterial world. Like spirits actually existed in the real world. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Sometimes you'll find them in the Bible listed as shades instead of spirits.
Mm. Shades, like a shade of a soul, perhaps, or
yes,
yeah,
yep. Or you'll find that they're visible too. Like so, when Solomon is raised from the dead by Saul in the Witch of Endor, like he's visible. Like as they're witnessing him come up, they describe what they witnessed. He says he looks like, the son of a god. So like these spirits have like a physical, manifestation in the physical world. They don't seem to be immaterial.
Yeah, probably into the metaphysics. I think I don't really comprehend the whole aspects of multiple planes or anything. I've heard the arguments before that the spiritual realm is a different plane of existence entirely, and I'm nowhere at that level of intellect to break down the science or the logic behind that sort of argument of something immaterial manifesting materially. It's an interesting thought, I think, but yeah. I'm sorry, I don't really know where I'm going with this line of this logic here.
That's okay. I think part of the problem with the afterlife is like the Book of Revelation and elsewhere talks about how it's going to be a renewed heaven and renewed earth, like Revelation 21. And like all the stuff that was wrong is going to be made right in the renewed heaven and renewed earth, but it's going to be here on the actual earth, where the wolf lies down with the lamb and the kid lies down with the snake, and so on and so forth. It seems to me that from most of the Bible, the renewed heaven and the renewed earth is the afterlife. It's not like a spiritual, otherworldly plane. It's here on the earth. They're just going to fix all the stuff.
Right. And I think that was actually brought up to me at one point, is that someone brought up that it's a theological misconception that the Bible says that people are in heaven right now. But based on the Book of Revelation, people aren't in heaven yet, because the heaven will be, because there will be a new heaven and new earth as described in Revelation. And that will be basically after the earth is destroyed and made anew, that will be God's kingdom, essentially.
Right.
The afterlife. Yeah.
Let me.
I thought that's also something interesting that a lot of Christians kind of perceive, like, oh, once you die, you go to heaven. But the Bible more describes it as, from what I understand, a period of rest. I'm not sure if that's entirely theologically sound.
It is.
Before the time of judgment comes about. So, I don't know, just poor literacy, or maybe we don't read our Bibles enough, maybe.
Trust me, like you're reading it more than most Christians. Let me tap into 21 real quick with the new heaven and new earth. So that I saw a new heaven and a new earth, and the first heaven and the first earth had passed away, and the sea was no more. And I saw the holy city, the new Jerusalem, coming down out of heaven from God, prepared as a bride adorned for her husband. And I heard a loud voice from the throne saying, "See, the home of God is among mortals." So it seems to be this idea that when this heavenly period happens, it's going to be here on the actual earth where we're at. Like God's dwelling in the heavens is going to come down to earth. Kind of the problem we have with this is everybody in the ancient world, including the biblical authors, kind of assumed that God's home is just up in the skies. So when we say the word heaven, like both in Greek and in Hebrew, it refers to just the skies above our heads. It wasn't until later time periods when we were able to explore the heavens that we were like, oh, it can't be the heavens above our head because there's no gods up there, right? And so we had to recreate this idea of what heaven meant to be. But in the biblical text, the afterlife, the heaven is always going to be the renewed earth, and the heavens just the clouds and whatnot above our heads.
Yeah. Well, maybe that is describing actually like what John is seeing in the process. Is like he's actually seeing something come down from space, from the sky, perhaps. But I mean, I'm not sure where else heaven would be mentioned like that. I'm not too familiar with the Greek or the Hebrew where it would be described in other parts. I wonder if it's described that in other places where it describes the afterlife other than Revelation in this instance.
Yeah. So I think the problem I have with this New Testament idea of the afterlife and heaven and whatnot is it seems to be that everybody assumed it was happening imminently. So like in 1 Corinthians 7, Paul is instructing people, like, if you're not married, don't get married. If you are married, live as though you're not married. Like, don't even have kids. Because he says, the present form of this world is passing away. Like, his understanding, he says something similar in 1 Thessalonians chapter 4. His understanding was that the world is passing away imminently. And Jesus says the same thing in Revelation. He says, these are the things that are soon to take place. So like my reading of the New Testament is that it's like a failed, end times apocalyptic cult.
I mean, that's a good point. And I've heard the argument put forward that in terms of what is soon, I believe it's ascribed, I think it's in the Old Testament, I forget in which verse exactly, that 1,000 years to God is like a day. I'm not sure if I'm quoting that exactly right.
Close enough.
Yeah. I know this is a sidetrack point, but someone has brought up the fact, well, actually, maybe it's going to be like it is in 3 days, where it's essentially close to maybe 3,000 years or 2,000 and some change. Exactly. But that's reading into like when people think the end would actually come. But that's a sidetrack, I guess, in that point. And I believe also in the Bible, it mentions that no man will know the day or the hour. Jesus did mention that at some point in one of the synoptics, I believe.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. Again, I'm sorry, I'm not if I misquote anything in particular.
No, you're doing great.
Yeah. But yeah, I guess the only argument is that Paul really wouldn't know when it was. So I guess he was just writing to the churches at the time to act like the time could be at any point, because it really could have been.
Right.
And
I think the reason why Paul was under the impression was because Jesus, I think, taught that he was. I think Jesus taught his disciples he was coming back imminently, because in Matthew 16:27 through 28, he says that he's coming back. It says, some of you standing here will not pass away until he comes riding on the clouds. Let me grab that passage real quick.
Yeah. That's I've actually read over that one before, and I have struggled with that passage specifically. I know that I think the Mormon tradition is that they believe that John is still alive, but from what we understand from historical accounts, I think that John actually is dead.
Yeah, he's gone. It's also true that it says some, and some is always more than one and less than all. And this is a tough one. This is actually the very first Bible passage that I heard that was problematic for me. I was probably 16 or 17. I was in Catholic school, and it came up during one of our religion courses, and we had a pretty lengthy discussion on it. At the time, I was willing to accept the apologetic for it, but over the course of years, I found the apologetic to not be as palatable. But it's a tough one. Yeah.
Right.
Michael, how long have you been a Christian?
I was baptized when I was 8 years old, but I actually came to the faith of my own reasoning when I was 16.
Okay.
I didn't exactly grow up in a Christian home. My grandfather was a pastor, but my dad and mom were not religious by any sense of mean. There's still some moral disagreements. I love my parents, but there's things we disagree on. Morally, I've had arguments specifically about objective morality. If there is true right or wrong, or if things are subjective. I've had this argument with my stepmom plenty of times. But yeah, it was a moment where I kind of came to a realization that my life, essentially, I was living a life essentially where I was very prideful. I was living by my own means, and I kind of came to a moment where I had to see that I was blaming the world for the problems in my life. Like I was saying, but that moment I kind of realized, like, yeah, that's what the problems that are in my life are on my own doing, my own sinful nature, I guess. And I gave it to Jesus at that moment. And over the years, I've kind of been reading more into it, trying to understand the faith as much as I can. And I'm sorry if I'm rambling too much or I'm being
No, you're doing great.
Incoherent here. It is a little late for me, but
yeah, me too. I got to get to bed soon. But it sounds to me like you're just kind of wrestling with reality, and I think that's what we're all doing. Like we're all just wrestling with reality, trying to figure out what's real and what's not. And so I can definitely sympathize with where you're at. I was a young Christian myself when I was your age that, was really born again in my teenage years. And then as I got into my younger 20s, started to really study the Bible and ask difficult questions because I did not want to believe on blind faith. And then I went to Bible college and seminary. And for me, it was really studying the Bible that proved to me that it's not true. Now, that doesn't mean there's no God. Like, it's possible that there's still a God, just not this God. I came to the conclusion that there's no God, but it certainly is possible that there is a God, and it's just not like anything we can describe. That being said, I'm 100% convinced that the God of the Bible can't exist. Not the way the Bible describes it.
Right.
Right.
I mean, I guess my main point, I guess I argued this before, would be the historical, what we know for sure about Jesus, him existing. He was crucified under Pontius Pilate, but people claim that he came back. And I think that's what really is like sold. Is like, okay, so a lot of people claim to the point of death that they saw this man come back from the dead. And I've heard the argument before, like, oh yeah, people can die for a lie, but you wouldn't die for something you know to be a lie and still proclaim it. And that's something I really struggle with to think about. Like, it's something very crazy to think about. It's ridiculous to think like, oh, this man died and he came back from the dead and he claims to be God. So it's a really weird thing, and it's hard to struggle with. But I that's one thing that I still can't wrap my head around how else that would be. I guess that so many people would proclaim that they saw someone come back and then die after being basically tortured, saying like, hey, stop saying this, and they wouldn't. So
right. And so I can understand why that's a powerful argument for you. On my side, I would ask, how do we know that that is actually the case? Because the stories we have of the martyrdom of the disciples are many hundreds of years after the fact. And they include all kinds of really crazy details. Like if you read the apocryphal Acts of Peter, like Simon Magus and Peter get into a wizard's duel, and a dog gives a speech, and there's a suckling baby at his mother's teat that ends up giving a speech. So like the idea that the disciples were like, they were steadfastly convinced unto death of what they witnessed, to me, I don't think seems all that true. Because there are other accounts of what happened to some of his disciples, like in Sanhedrin 43a in the Talmud, where it seems like they didn't really have a choice. Like when they rounded up Jesus to kill him, they grabbed his disciples and killed them too. It wasn't that they gave them the option to renounce their faith and save themselves. It seems like they're like, hey, here's some troublemakers. Let's take care of it.
But I mean, from this, we know that at least that some of the disciples were around, at least, because to start the early church, you had Peter and John as well that were that wrote the book of Revelation later on. At least it was attributed to them. So I don't know how accurate that account would be that they killed all the disciples immediately. I mean, they definitely survived after the fact.
There are,
we understand, unless I'm mistaken.
You're not mistaken. There are 5 of them that were murdered alongside of Jesus, or shortly after Jesus, according to the writings of the Sanhedrin. According to the Bible, we only have James, not James the brother, James the son of Alphaeus, I believe. Or was it Zebedee? I forget.
I don't know how to correct you.
It's okay. But so James died in the Bible. It seems pretty likely that Paul died in prison, or I think that's what happened. But we're not really told.
I do believe that is what happened. He died in prison.
Yeah. So like We don't really know how these people died. It's possible that they caused enough trouble that the Romans were just like, okay, time to get rid of them. And like they didn't give them the option to recant their faith. It's also possible that they weren't executed at all, and these are just mythologies. But that being said, I think people are willing to. Let me tell you what I think happened. Okay, in the first century, there were a lot of resurrection accounts. There was a big fervor over people who theoretically resurrected. I can think of like a dozen people that claim to have resurrected around the time of Jesus. The most famous is probably Nero, right? Some of them were so believable because there were imposters coming through later claiming to be that resurrected person. And so they were convincing many people. So, for example, the Parthian army went to war with the Romans, believing that the resurrected Nero was leading them into war. And he had been deified. He had resurrected and was deified and was going to lead them in the war. And they would put him on his rightful place on the throne. And then they got devastated, right? So I think probably an imposter came along just like Nero and claimed, I'm the resurrected Jesus, to one or two people. That was enough to get the ball rolling. They were completely convinced. And then the disciples that were so grief-stricken were like, oh my God, he came back from the dead. Because we have similar accounts in history from this time period of many people believing that an individual raised from the dead just based on the witness of one or two people. Right.
Well, from the gospel accounts, you've had these people like the disciples that have lived, dined, and followed Jesus around. I don't know if they would be so easily convinced that it was an imposter that they saw. If the accounts are to be believed, that they saw him in person and actually had ate and touched him physically.
Right. Well, I think that the fact that it was an imposter explains why on the road to Emmaus, they didn't recognize him. Mary Magdalene didn't recognize him. Oh, I would also say too that I don't believe the Gospels are true, right? I think they're mythologies. For example, there was a narrative that was written about of a Greek man who resurrected, where in the original earliest story of the Greek man, the body just went missing. That was it. Nobody knew what happened to it. Subsequent stories were built, and it eventually ended with, 300 years later, people claiming he wasn't just dead and the body missing. He actually resurrected, and there were witnesses, and it started a cult following, right? So, for me, it's hard, like when I'm reading the other texts from the time period, it's hard for me to believe that what we hear about, like what we read in the Gospels is like a legitimate historical account, because I see other accounts just like them purporting the same claims.
I mean, it's definitely an interesting it's an interesting thing to think about, because that would be like legit the crux of the argument.
Right.
Is, did Jesus come back from the dead? And if so, what do you believe about that? That would be like really the core foundation for this argument. And it's an interesting thing to grapple with.
There's a book I want to send to you. It's a very academic work. It's expensive. I'll send it to you. You don't have to pay for it, okay? I'll pay for it. It's called.
You don't have to. That's a little. That's I don't want to cause a financial burden on you.
No. It's really, trust me, it's not a burden for me. Also, it's a really good book, and I think it'll put some context to what's happening with this whole empty tomb situation. There's a scholar named John Cook who wrote a book called Empty Tomb, Resurrection, Apotheosis, where he documents how empty tombs, resurrections, and apotheosis was very common at the time of Jesus, and demonstrates how Jesus's narrative is very similar to other narratives from the time period. I think it'd be worthwhile to skim through it, even if you don't read the whole thing. It is like 700 pages, so wow. You're probably not going to read the whole thing overnight, but it's definitely worth skimming through and seeing, oh, here's other stories of people sound very familiar with Jesus' story.
Well, at the very least, I think it would be good for argument's sake to, at least from either way, exploring and finding truth. I think that's very important, is knowing what's true. And from what I understand, I believe that currently that Jesus did rise from the dead, and I do believe that to be objectively true. But I'm willing to at least look over arguments and dissect them and try and get things right and see what's what. I suppose.
Well, let's do this. It's almost my bedtime.
It is almost mine as well.
I know. I think we're in the same time zone. You're delightful to talk to. Come back soon. When you come back, let's talk resurrection, and we'll kind of cover some of the basis points of the resurrection because I think it's a good topic.
Right. It's the juxtaposition. I think Paul actually writes that if Christ has not come back from the dead, then you are still dead in your sins. Essentially, so that is essentially the core aspect of Christianity right there.
1 Corinthians. Nailed it. Yep, 100%. All right, Michael, listen, these are difficult conversations and you're handling them very well, so kudos to you.
Well, thank you. I try to be patient and graceful, attempt to, God willing, or whatever you believe, I suppose.
Well, thanks for coming and chat with us, and come back soon, okay?
Thank you.
Cheers, friend. W for Michael. We talked to Michael a week or two ago, and we had a really good conversation. Really, really good conversation. But that being said, let me get through our super chats. We got a couple of super chats to get through. Jeremy, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says you should change your tactic on David and the grape. Interesting. Okay. If you're talking to a man, put him in the place of David and ask him about what God does to his son. Oh, yeah. So we don't talk about what happened to the son of David often, but we should. Because the son was made sick for 7 days and then got, and that's horrific. If God did that to my child, I would be mortified. I mean, you're correct, Jeremy. We should focus on both punishments. He says again, for a woman, ask if she was one of the wives. Oh, yeah. Listen, I never hear this bullshit from women, only from men. Men are the ones saying they consented. And Morpheus says, where was the forgiveness for Adam and Eve, first sin? I'm with you. This is my complaint. They didn't know right from wrong. Why would God not just forgive them and move on? It's their first thing. They didn't know that disobedience is even a problem. Because it's myth.
The beginning of the butterfly effect.
Yes, it is. He needed it. The story relies upon it. That's why. Grim, thank you for the 666. Hail Satan. Hail Nero. It says Isaiah 7:14. Looking at different translations. For a second, forget virgin thing. Why are half these translations future tense about the conception? Because they're lying to you. It doesn't say that she will become pregnant. It refers to her as ha'ama chara, which means a pregnant young woman. It's not future tense. The future tense doesn't start until the naming of the child, and that's it. Because the prophecy was given while she was pregnant. That's all there is to it. So the translations are just lying to you, Grim. Now, in the Greek Septuagint, it is future tense. The Greek Septuagint changed it. I don't know why they did it that way, but that's what they did, unfortunately. Let's see. We've got a couple of super chats still left. Angel V with us says, Justin Deconstruction, atheist patron, saint of undeserved patience and cephalopods. That's really good. That's really good. So for people who don't know what a cephalopod is, make sure you look that up. That's a good one. I really appreciate that, Angel. I don't know if I'm a patron saint of anything except for Kraken. And Hypnos, welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite. Now that we've gotten there. And AX, thank you for the super chat. Says, I don't know who gifted me a membership. I just got done with work, but thank you kindly. Let's all stay rock hard for Doug. Love your content, Justin. Well, AX, thank you so much for watching and supporting the channel. I really appreciate that. And definitely rock hard for Doug. And thank you to whoever gifted him a membership or her a membership. And El Epifanio says, Christians disassociate from Old Testament almost like Gnostics. You're right, because you have to do something. If you're going to read the text, you got to find a way around it. You can't just read it at face value. And Rock Hartford Doug is with us. Glad you made it to your destination safely. Thank you for the super chat. It says you're a master chef. Also, for the low investment of a Kraken Elite membership, y'all too can make your very own cookbook. Praise Doug and Sharon. Yes, actually, Rock Hard made his own cookbook using my cheat sheet. Definitely get a hold of him. It's worth the time. It's worth doing. Memberships are also the backbone of supporting this channel. For anyone who's become a member, thank you so much. You make this channel possible. And Fierce Interaction says, the Christian God answered my prayer and Justin did some cooking tonight. Yay, God is real. See you all in church on Sunday. I see what you did there. It was pretty good, actually. I'll see you Sunday morning. You going to early service or contemporary service? I prefer the contemporary service. But then again, if you get the earlier service, you get to see the kickoff. So I'm torn. Johanna, thank you so much, says there's no way Jesus can come back in this day and age. He would be in a mental institution faster than you can say rapture. You're right. And we do that. We put them in mental institutions when they come back and say that they're reincarnated Jesus. I actually know 2 of them that did that. Anyways, R, thank you for the super chat. It says Jesus on a cross-shaped pretzel would make a nice background. Oh my gosh. I cannot believe I've not made a Jesus on a pretzel yet. Guys, use the AI, send me on Discord. We need a Jesus on a pretzel. Let's make it happen. And also, Alex, welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite. I appreciate that. And Stoicness, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, any more books or websites on their historical figures who claim to do great things? Give me a second. There are. There are. I'm sorry. I don't have them on top of my head, but there are. Check out Stephen Miller as well. Other than John Cook, look at Stephen Miller. I've got some books by him. If you want more, just DM me on Discord. I've got more resources. DM me, and I'll hook you up with some resources. Don't worry. We'll get you going. Eris, thank you for the super chat. It says, Forrest mentioned in a creationist reaction video that unicorn was in the Bible. Where is it located in scripture? Missed that one. Okay. It's there. Unicorn is there. Hold on. It's in the King James version. In other versions, it's a one-horned rhino. Oh my gosh, I got hiccups. Hiccups are killing me. I hate hiccups. Let's see. John 39. Of course. I can't stop hiccuping. Job 39, 9 through 10. Will the unicorn be willing to serve thee? I can't stop the hiccups. This is what's going to happen. Okay. Job 39, 9 through 10. Will the unicorn be willing to serve thee or abide by thy crib? Canst thou bind the unicorn with his band in the furrow? Okay. Unicorn is not in the original text. The word unicorn is Latinized for meaning single horn. That's it. It's referring to a single horn rhinoceros, which was what's the word? Native to the territory, especially in northern Africa. So the general idea is that it's referring to a single horn rhino rather than a 2-horn rhino. I still got hiccups. I can't get rid of it. Either way, that is the case. Holy shit. This is going to kick my ass. Okay. But that, hopefully that answer is not referring to mystical creatures. It's referring to rhinos. That's it. Okay. we'll keep going. Eris, I'm gonna try not to hiccup. Fucking A, can't stop hiccuping. Forrest mentioned, I just read this. Hold on. Okay, sorry. Do we know when the Hebrew scriptures got translated into Greek? Yes. Roughly around the 3rd century. The Torah in the 3rd century, the rest of it in the 2nd and 1st century. If the letter of Aristeas is correct. The letter of Aristeas claims that it was happening in Egypt during the empire of Alexander. Fucking A! Hiccups are kicking my ass. I fucking hate hiccups. I hate them. They will not go away. Evan says, may Doug bless your sleep after doing this work. Well, thank you, Evan. I appreciate it. Doug is not curing my hiccups right now, and it's driving me crazy. Also, Benjamin, welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite. I really appreciate that. And I think 2 more super chats. Pam says, love to Justin and Michael. Thanks. Michael's great. Actually, Michael talked to me a couple of days ago. Awesome young man. Really wish the best for him. Really hope that he does well. And I'm fucking cooked. I can't stop hiccuping. Tim, thank you. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Tim says you're a class act. I appreciate that, Tim. Right now, I'm a hiccuping fool. But thank you so much for supporting the channel. I'll try to do the best I can. I really appreciate your super chat, though. Listen, guys, who's live right now that we can go raid? I'm gonna chug some water. Who's live?
Mizzo.
Okay. Let's see. Okay. Of course, chugging didn't work. Now I'm just gonna have to pee all night. Of course. Yep. Ah, fuck my life. All right, let me see what we got here.
By the way, I wanted to ask, for unapologetic, why do you sometimes go live and why do you sometimes not?
Computer broke physics.
This will not go well.
Say that again.
For unapologetic, is it every other week or every week? Because it feels like you skip a Sunday and then...
It's supposed to be every week. The problem is that it's hard to always get there. I think last week we were live, but then the week before that, Blitz wasn't available. He had something going on, and Ian overslept, so it just didn't happen.
That is fair.
But it's supposed to be every. It's supposed to be every fucking A. It's supposed to be every Sunday morning. I fucking hate hiccups so bad. All right, let me put Mezzo on the screen before I hiccup myself into goddamn oblivion. All right, Mezzo. There we go. We want Mezzo _WS. He's on TikTok. He's not on YouTube, friends. I don't know why I got to click on him 5 times to get his live stream. All right, guys, let's go over to Mezzo's live stream. Mezzo _WS. Mezzo _WS. God damn it. I'm never going to fucking stop hiccuping. Mezzo _WS. I'll be there in just a minute, guys, to chirp in the comments and to chastise the Christians. And if you're available, come join us.
Thank you for having me up. Good night.
It was great to see you tonight. Thanks so much for coming up and hanging out with me. And guys, I'll see you over in in Mezzo's live stream. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you to the moderators who are here. Guys, make sure you say hello, and thank you to the moderators. And thank you so much for all the likes.